Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Resident Evil Requiem. Adkins, not Adcock. The fella who nicked his job as Resident Evil expert, it seems.
Has he finished it? I see he was playing it.
He's about halfway through, from as he's told me. So,
Right.
yeah, he's working his way through at his own pace. I'm thinking maybe he'll come along in a few months' time and do a spoiler edition, but we'll see. We'll get him on anyway because be interesting to get his view. But Adkins and myself have finished Requiem. Only once I've gone through it. A lot of people, they do this, they go, I've gone through it 8 times, I've done everything. I actually have never done that with a Resident Evil game. I know that's like seen as the thing to do, but I don't think I've ever gone really. I might have dabbled in the first section and like after you've unlocked like a weapon or whatever, I don't know, but
Resident Evil 2, where you have to go through campaign A and then B.
I did that.
But that's technically, but
on a technicality, but yeah, never really gone back through it with like any accoutrements, like a weapon that you shouldn't have. Or I'd like to go through it with unlimited ammo, but you have to unlock it.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Which requires a little bit of finessing and completing certain challenges. But it's a nice thing to have. But we've only gone through it once, so I don't know what else people want out. I ain't going through it 8 times. It's not how it's not how we roll usually. Although I was hearing survival horror adjacent, Silent Hill F, narrative reasons to go through it more than once.
Oh, interesting.
Concerning is the word I come up with rather than interesting. I don't like seeing that. I don't really like watching that.
No.
So we'll see when I get to that one. Yeah.
Easiest platinum in a while quoted for Requiem.
Really?
Apparently. Easiest platinum in...
Won't be easier than never, I can tell you that much. 3 hours and your hands washed, so... Interesting. Yeah, I don't think they're too horrible because once you start doing the unlocks, you get unlimited ammo, infinite ammo. You can get the rocket launcher and then get an infinite ammo for that, and then you can just even on the hardest difficulties trivialize the vast majority of the game. But building up to that point can be tricky. Yeah. But this is Requiem. For all intents and purposes, is Resident Evil 9. They've stopped doing the numbers, it would seem. After 7, we went to Village, which had little 8 Roman numerals. Requiem does have a little 9 reference. I think the Q's like glitches into a 9 occasionally, but they are listed without the numbers. So they seem to have dropped that. I think when you get to a certain level of numbers, you need to start dropping it. You can't keep going on and on.
Difficult.
To like, Final Fantasy is the exception to that rule. We're on 16, and it seems to work. But I'm not sure Resident Evil has the cachet to keep churning them out.
And they've done Roman numerals from day dot as well, haven't they? So it's hard for Resident Evil to start adopting that.
I saw someone who did like a podcast and they used Roman numerals, and it's fine up until 60, and then when you get into the hundreds, it's like fucking 8 digits long. It's a bit of a pain. So wouldn't recommend doing that if you're going for big numbers. No. But we've got Requiem here. The cards on the table. I mean, people would have heard your go at some of the older games. Recently, you've done HD Remaster, which is the remastered version of Resident Evil Remake based on the 1996 game. Was it 98? I can't remember what year that came out.
6, yeah.
You did Resident Evil 0 as well as part of that little streak. Was there one more?
No, it's just those 2.
Those 2.
Code Veronica is on the list, but I haven't got it yet. So that's to be done.
Gotcha. And then if we were to go back in time, we've both done 7 Biohazard. Yeah. Evil 2 Remake. Evil 3 Remake.
Yeah.
Bin Resistance, because Was that the multiplayer one? He's done a couple of goes at multiplayer, to be fair. Except that and Reverse, but both of those skipped over. Village, which was 2021. 4 OG and remake for you in the last couple of years, so done that as well. And then Requiem. So that's where we're at.
Well, we've done 5, didn't we, years ago?
I didn't do 5.
Oh, did you not? I thought you did.
I've done 6.
We've done 6.
That was the first one I ever finished. So how's that for your luck? The worst one I managed to get through.
Worst one.
But all the good shit I had not got to. So yeah, I was from 6 onwards. Right. Did you do 6?
5 was the first one I ever completed, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 was. Yeah, I liked 5. I liked 6 at the time when it getting a lot of stick. But
did you play
I'd be interested to go. No, I didn't. No.
God, I probably made it less bearable on your own, surely.
Yeah.
I did have Adcock with me though, and if you can imagine what that's like. Trying to get through
comedy brothers. So I'd like to
out of it.
Play it on PC now. I've got it on PC. See how it runs, because would have been 30 FPS slop on that 360, I'd imagine.
Barely, from what I remember. Barely even scraping the barrel of that, so it wasn't
722.
Wasn't a well put together machine. Or software, I should say, for the machine. But so 5 onwards for you, 6 onwards for me, and then a few sprinkled in the older ones. And that's where we are for Cards on the Table. We'll probably go back to, I would say, from 7. I think there's a line you can pretty much draw from 7 onwards where they got good again, or got excellent perhaps again. Like the quality, I think, was a massive jump from 6 to 7 especially. And then from 7 onwards, they really have been. So that's 2017. That's a good 9 years now. They've been really good, other than the multiplayer sort of divergent ones they've done.
That Mercenaries is good. They dropped that with 8 or after 8, didn't they?
Yeah.
Not really a multiplayer. It's more like a arcade mode.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've tried their luck at that. I don't think that Reverse you can play it anymore. I think they've been there.
Offline, yeah.
It's all offline, like High Guard, and as of today.
And Marathon in short order in the next few months. If they're not careful.
What was the other one? Resistance. I think that's still playable, because that was bolted on to 3 remake.
Right. Okay.
So they sort of, because it was so short, they were like, "Fuck, we need to do something here." So I believe that's still playable, but servers offline for Reverse.
Interesting, because that came up before Reverse.
Yes.
The fact they released 2 of them so close together, like within 2 years, is just an oddity to me. I don't know what they were thinking, if I'm honest, but who knows? Who knows what Capcom are up to? So that's the history. As I said, I think we can draw a line from 7 onwards, and maybe at the end we'll go through and say, right, which of these modern ones, I guess, would be a way to describe them, and maybe rank them or do something interesting like that at the back end, if I remember. But I guess that Requiem's going to be quite heavily compared against those. I will say also, from my perspective, having played the likes of like Alan Wake 2 and Silent Hill 2 and even Dead Space Remake recently, I've got a bit more other kind of interests of like, how does that stack up to those as well? So as well as the Resident Evil series, there are other games that I've been dabbling in over the last few years that would fall into this survival horror / action category. So some of those games have done stuff really well and other things not so well. So I'll have that kind of perspective as well. But that's kind of where we are at for Cards on the Table. Now with Requiem, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical. I was sitting there, arms crossed, thinking, I thought it was going to be minimum standing, but I was a bit like, I don't know how this is going to necessarily go. So I was sceptical coming into it, and then the reviews dropped, and I was a bit like, well, that's better than any of the ones from 7 onwards that haven't been based on that aren't a remake. So remake 2 and 4, I think, are scoring higher aggregately, but this was it beat 7 and it beat Village quite not handily, by a couple of score points, but it's kind of a little barometer. So I was like, all right, well, they haven't fucked it up at least. That's the main thing.
No.
And yeah, so I gratefully took the plunge with it. But where were you before release? Because you seem like you was mega hyped for this.
Yeah.
Maybe potentially in the region of overdoing it, and I was scared for you.
Yeah, no, I was mega hyped for it. I've watched a lot of previews as well, people talking about it. I was listening to podcasts because I was in a bit of a Resident Evil hype after playing 4 Remake.
Yeah.
Played through that, and then, so that's what I did. I did 4 Remake and then Remake 1 and 0, all since the beginning of this year. Start of this year, so this is my 4th Resident Evil game finished this year.
In less than 3 months, he's churned out 4 of them.
So that's the beauty of it, because they're so short mostly.
They are comparatively.
Yeah, so it's nice just to get them ticked off and get them played and that. So yeah, my hype was very I'd heard rumblings that it was going to be good, and people's perception. The thing that got me, I was a bit concerned of, is how quick from when it was announced to release. You're like, oh, blimey. I didn't realise that quick. And then it's like, oh, and it come around quick. So there was a little bit of harm, but no, I was pretty hyped, and I thought it'd do well. Yeah,
it was one of those sort of short, announcement release jobbies.
When was it? Game Awards? It got announced.
I feel like is it that, or was it the summer show?
Then?
It was the summer one, I think. Summer Game Fest, I think.
Was it?
Because Game Awards was December.
Oh, of course, it wasn't that quick, was it? Yeah. No, we had a trade. I think that the Leon announcement was maybe Game Awards. Then.
I think so. Yeah, so, announced at the unveiled at Summer Game Fest. Hang on. It announced in July 2024, but unveiled in June 2025.
Oh.
So. Right. I suppose they may have just said in passing we're working on the next mainline and that.
Right, cool. Yeah.
But longest gap really since 7, because 7 2017, Remake 2 2019, Remake 3 2020, Village 2021, 2023 for 4, and then a 3-year-ish, or not quite 3 years, but close to 3-year gap.
I suppose you had the DLC as well. That separate ways. That was the following year when it was at 24.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a little while since they've launched one. So it has been they clearly had 2 and 3. They had back to back. I think they were supposed to come out as a double pack. Yeah, is the rumor and innuendo, and they went, we can get 2 games out of this, and then people didn't like 3 because it was too short. Yeah, exactly, 1.5, and that was that. But so yeah. I came in a bit skeptical. You was kind of mega hyped for it. In terms of this, because I played it on PS5 Pro, and lots been made about this new PSSR 2. Basically, it kind of shadow dropped with it. In short, it's excellent. It really is, particularly in the Rhodes Island piece. So we are going to talk about 2 locations, which if you've watched any marketing material, you'll be aware of. So just be wary of that. Not going to necessarily go deeper into all the little tricks and trademarks of it, but you're going to hear 2 major locations, mostly because it's the easiest way to kind of separate how the game's really kind of split up between the 2 protagonists. But yeah, the Rhode Island kind of care centre, chronic care centre, or Rhodes Hill, chronic care. I think it's a care home or something. I think it's hospital as well, so it's got all that sort of the trimmings there. But particularly in that area, the game it ran like butter, but it looked fucking incredible. And not so much, I'd say, in Raccoon City. Looked good, but there was a noticeable downgrade. Isn't it? Well, yeah, there is that problem that has, and we'll get into that later on, because I think that's not necessarily the game's strongest areas. But you jumped on the PC. Last time I played a Resident Evil game at launch on PC was Village, and it had a stinker problem. When those Lady D was wandering around, she was fine, but she had those sisters.
Yeah.
And they were like bees or flies that would come out of them every time that hit, it would stutter without fail. No matter what you chucked on it, there was some sort of issue they had. And I think they eventually patched it. It might have been to do with the DRM they had installed. And eventually it came out, but it wasn't the best experience. And that was like one of the first big games I'd played on the PC in the while, and I was like, I'm not happy with that. So I was a bit frightened off by ever delving into it. And as this PC's got older and older, and then the Pro got installed, I thought, well, this is a no-brainer here. But you went for Steam, played it on the rig.
Yeah.
What's the report? What's the John Lineman style report on Resident Evil Requiem?
John Lineman is absolutely flawless. It was run like butter, looked insanely good, full bells and whistles installed. I mean, I was using its very own pisser. What they call it? Fucking it's a fucking word they call it.
What, the NVIDIA one or the FSR one?
Yeah, the NVIDIA
DLSS.
one. DLSS, that's it. Yeah, he was using that, but as much as I could, getting up to full whack, all the bells and whistles, and run absolutely, never had any performance dips, was sort of, hovering in between 90 and 120 most of the game.
Yep.
It just full path tracing, all the bells and whistles, and just looked incredible performance and presentation, flawless.
There you go.
Very impressed.
They fixed whatever was an issue with that.
I'm not too sure. I did see something about 4 Remake had some weird DRM thing, and they've just removed it recently. I don't know what that was all about. I played that on PS5, so I don't know what the PC version was up to there. But this didn't have any DRM. This was just flawless. I played it on Steam, and beautiful.
Beautiful. So I think if you're playing on either of those two platforms, it's a good showcase for the PS5 Pro. There's very few of them in comparison. That has been a disappointment in my eyes. And some games have looked worse as well, which is just unbelievably poor from everyone involved. But this is one of the ones that you can go, no, that's an absolute thriller in Manila.
Yeah, I don't really sort of pay attention to them old Digital Foundry boys much recently, but do they still do reports on like the Xbox Series S?
I think so, I think that will come up in the comparisons and whatnot. Most of the stuff locks at 30 and then is downgraded in some way. But the more interesting ones to me are the Switch 2 ports.
Switch 2 ports, which I've heard very good reports of. Yeah.
So Paper's got no excuse, or that's probably a game key or whatever it is, and you don't like those.
That's true. Yeah, I think it is.
I still don't understand what these game keys are. Does it just mean that it doesn't install it off the cart? Or
so basically, because that Pocopia, that actually has a physical cartridge. But so you can't plug it in and play it. You have to download. So I think that basically is just I don't know what that is. I was surprised to even it had a cartridge, because normally certainly with the Switch 1 games, if they're a game car, you get the box, but when you open it, there's no cartridge. It's just a ticket with a code on it.
Right.
So I was surprised, but this one obviously you just plug that in and then it downloads the whole game, rather than normally you plug in and away you go. Maybe you have to 9 times out of 10 you have to install a patch anyway. So I don't know what the problem is there, but so it seems weird that there was a actual cartridge. But I believe because they released. They called it the Generational Pack, which was Requiem and 7 and 8 Gold, all on the Switch. And I believe all 3 of them were game key cards, but none of them had actual plug and play functionality.
Dirty bastards, aren't they, really? Well, be aware then, I guess, for people out there. But technical side of things, we're happy.
Very.
Moving into the game itself, Requiem. What's the high-level thoughts then? We will dive into certain aspects deeper, but we've got my PlayStation 5 has it at like 14 hours, so that doesn't... Obviously, if I pause it, if I die, things like that in the in-game clock don't tally up. I sat in the menu for an hour. But my actual game clock, I think, came out 13, just a shade over 13. So I don't know what I was doing. Well, I do know what I was doing. I spent a good hour at least at some point just fucking searching around, trying to get my life back together rather than pushing on. So, but what did you come out as when you finished it?
So on my Steam thing, and I mean, I played it like, I think, is it Moriarty that says like, I don't, if I go to the toilet, I turn it off.
Right.
Whatever my Steam time, that's me playing it or, you know, booting up, going through menus and
Albert's
pausing or whatever.
Without him seeing.
And I clocked in at 15.1 hours. So it took me 15 hours. And then, I think mine was about 13.
Okay. I thought my game was going to be like 2 hours longer than yours because I don't run in these. Well, I do run, but
them kind of funny fucks. I think a lot of them were saying it took them about 13 hours to complete it. They must have been speed running it. And but at the end, their thing was like 9 hours. I was like, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea.
I was under the impression that if you're in your inventory, if you're in the menu, like the in-game clock stops because like when there's a trophy normally for beating it in under 5 hours.
That's it.
It doesn't include that toot in there, but mine felt like it was totting all that up still because 13 hours is much longer than my other expeditions into these games. It didn't feel egregiously longer or shorter, so I don't know what's happened there, but. You know, for all intents and purposes, we were playing the game for 13-ish hours, I would say.
Yeah.
That's the highlight. The in-game clocks can be a bit funny because they sometimes don't count if you're pausing, but you know, for the most part in this, you're only ever going to be in the menus doing something you need to do or doing a puzzle or looking at files or whatever. So that should count towards it in my eyes. So both coming out around the 13-hour mark. But high-level thoughts after a 13-hour stint.
I mean, this could be one of my favourite Resident Evils ever, I think. I think I was blown away by it, to be honest. It's, I mean, of the 7, I think that's what one of the biggest concern was the mix of how... Because I was on the understanding it was going to be 2 separate campaigns, a bit like Resident Evil 2. I thought you was going to have to do that. You're going to have to go through as Grace.
Yeah.
And then go through as Leon. But the way they managed to sort of mingle the 2 campaigns and intertwine them, and I felt like you had a healthy dose of each. And it... I'm sure Leon gets more of the rub because of his sections maybe take longer. But overall, I was quite happy with what you got from both like playing both characters. And I think both of them play differently enough that it doesn't feel like a gimmick type thing. It's it didn't, it doesn't feel like 2 completely separate campaigns. I mean, they've done a good job with sort of putting it as default as Grace in first person. Yeah. And Leon.
Did you change that at all just to experiment?
Just to have a little look, just to see what it looked like, and certainly when some of the scarier options go, what if this will calm the fucking nerves down?
So I found out that they added like animations for when you're in third person with Grace, where she like stumbles and trips. Because your speed is naturally a bit quicker, so to try and balance it out, they added like an extra bit of slowdown in there that you would obviously visualize and see, and they couldn't really do that in first person because you'd be like, why am I slowing down? But in the third person, it looks quite cinematic.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so I just had a look with Leon, but I couldn't imagine with the way that he plays and his style and stuff, it would be weird in first person. So I just kept it as was intended with Leon third. I mean, as much as 7 was a great game and it was just solely first person, Resident Evil 2 me has always been a third person game. So I would go back through and play it all as third person because that is my preferred method.
Yeah.
I think they did, because they released like a third person patch for village.
Yeah.
But when you go back and look, like you said, there's not many added animations, so some of it looks a bit sort of cumbersome and clunky.
Doesn't like
and
Ethan
stuff.
always look away when you try and look at his
Yeah,
face?
he can't turn full round, so he just sort of looks and like, oh, it's just because he hasn't got a face. He's the most generic character ever.
I kind of love that about him. You don't know what he looks like.
Fun. No idea, generic man, and suspiciously looks like the character from Silent Hill 2.
Oh, yeah.
Wearing the same coat and everything. But yeah, no, I was blown away by the overall experience of Requiem. I thought its length was perfect as well. There was rumours bustling before that it was going to be like a sort of fucking 20 to 30 hour campaign or something. I was like, I think because 4's the longest out of all of them.
Yeah.
And I just think that in these style of games, they are quite taxing to play, especially. I found some of the race sections are quite taxing. A game can outstay its welcome if it goes on too long. But I just found this perfect, perfect length. I think they sort of done away a bit of. It's not too egregious with the puzzles either.
No, they're not hard or like head scratchers, really.
I mean, after playing that remake of the original game, with how many puzzles are in there, and how you're just sort of left with no sort of hand holding, as to speak. This one, it is holding your hand in terms of like its puzzles and stuff. They seem to have like a rule in this game. It's like, right, go and get 3 things.
Yeah, it's always
pretty much
free.
Everything.
Yeah.
Go and get 3 things. Come back, right, now go get another 3 things. Like, right, okay. But yeah, there's a couple of little puzzle sprinkles, but they certainly seem to have pulled back on here. What they have included in this game, which has never really been they kind of do, but this is by far the game that includes the most, is set pieces. There are a lot of, I'd say, kind of Uncharted-esque, but
they're trying. Give them that. They've had a go at it. Whether they get close, I don't know if I'd allow them that. But they have a go at it, at least. It's quite... I agree. I was like, oh... Interesting.
Oh, here we go. So little sprinkles of a bit of Drake's has made his way into the franchise. But yeah, I quite liked that. It made it feel a lot more cinematic. We won't go into spoilers, but there's certain sections that are these sort of set pieces, and I felt it had more of a cinematic feel to it. Certainly, I would like to watch those CGI films, because I think they've taken a lot of inspiration from them, some of their set pieces in this. But yeah, I've got to say, overall, this is one of. It'd be interesting to rank them, because it certainly would be high on my list.
Yeah,
certainly. What about yourself?
I think it's very, very high quality. Very high quality in most aspects. Like, it's great in some aspects, it's really good in most, and it's good in pretty much. There's nothing really I would say is average or bad. Like, to be honest, a lot of the Capcom Resident Evil games have all kind of been that bucket. Like, the consistency in which they seem to be able to produce these is astounding. I think. When I first finished it, I was very much like you. I had that exact same mentality. Yeah. Like, when credits were rolling or whatever, and I was like, "Wow, that's excellent, bloody hell!" And then as the days went on, as I thought about it, I was like, check my notes. So I always go back. So I always write down things that just good or bad that stand up to me. And I was like, "Oh yeah, that was annoying." That. I think not that I've soured too much of it, but there's definitely over time that level of praise has probably eroded slightly, and I wonder if I left it another month, how I'd feel and how I feel in 2 or 3 months. But we don't have that luxury, and we won't, so I won't speculate. But no, I mean, all things said and done, another excellent entry into the franchise, and Capcom still able to smash it out. We go a bit deeper into things now. So as Adkins and I have alluded to, there is kind of like there is a dual protagonist design here, and you got Grace and you got Leon, and they play very differently. You do have the perspective choice, but by default, as Adkins mentioned earlier, Grace is first person, Leon is third person. But the style and the tone of each of them are complete opposites in many aspects. Even if you're going through the same area as Leon, it will feel notably different than you go through that with Grace, because the tooling, the loadouts, the inventory space is the big one. You start off, Grace, with like 6 slots. Leon's got the fucking big Resident Evil 4 fully. It's almost like he's rolled off the boat of Resi 4 and kept a lot of his power and his upgrades. To be fair, he's done a few missions by this stage in the timeline, so he's kitted out already, and you can kit him out further as you go. So he just becomes even more of a beast. Grace, bless her, is one of my immediate problems. Grace, one of the all-time great performances. That the actress is fucking amazing. But how in this universe, in this narrative they spun, that she works for the FBI, to the point where they're sending her out to examine bodies on her own, is an unbelievable malpractice of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Like, that doesn't work for me, unfortunately. No. It's a shame because the performance is really good, but I wish she was like like a journalist or someone. Yeah. Like, the fact that she was working with the FBI, and I think she's listed as like an FBI analyst or something like that, but they're still chucking her out in the field doing stuff that's inherently potentially dangerous with little or no care. And so that part of it annoyed me slightly, but because she plays like like a really defenseless, in the beginning at least, a defenseless character. You have very little in terms of resources and ammo. It's first person, and
boy does her dialogue make you understand that.
And it's not. This is the thing. There's people that work at the FBI that are like that, but they're in the back office. They're not on the front line out in the field doing it. So that was an annoyance to me. But other than that, if you just forget that she works for the FBI and is being trusted to go out into the field with a weapon, no less, then you've got Grace and a nervous disposition, but acted supremely well. What do you make of Grace as a playable entity? Because it's, as I said, we've mentioned it being polar opposite, but how do you feel they landed this true level of kind of survival horror? Because there's very little in terms of action. It's about stealth. There's a lot of stealth. That's almost a requirement, and resource management, and using your brain. Like, it's not like it's a real head scratcher, but you just got to be a bit more deliberate about what you're doing and when. Yeah,
I really like Grace as a character, to be fair. I thought she was... I certainly liked her a lot more.
Take that badge away from her. That's all I'm saying. That badge should be gone. She shouldn't be in the bureau anymore.
No, she needs to become a STARS member now. How much they're all gone as well. But, I really liked that. And it made you feel, because you do need a character that hasn't... Even though the old girl's had a past life, and I don't know why she's shaky voicing with some of the harrowing things she's been through already. For pretty much for the whole entire game, she's going, which I suppose you would if you're being put in that situation. But I thought she was quite likable. The gameplay sort of fitted her character as well. Like you say, that sort of, very little skills in the way of combat and stuff. You are really limited. But, she played well into the stage. She's just, boy, is she slow. Oh, come on, girl. But I think that's probably intentionally done, just because of. She's a small girl, so she should be nimble. But I enjoyed that. I thought she was a good addition to the squad, and interesting. It's hard to discuss her without spoilers, but But
Easy
yeah,
pickings.
on the non-spoiler side, non-spider. She's a spider woman. Yeah, very enjoyable character.
Yeah, no, good
Do you
character.
like Grace? Do you liked her? You liked Grace?
Yeah. I said if you take out the fact that she's
Yeah.
FBI, then
That boss is a wanker. He is.
he's incompetent.
He's incompetent.
There's several levels to that. She's clearly not equipped for that, just at a base level.
Yeah.
And this is said
Chucks
very
her out.
early. She's chucked to an area, a location where she had a harrowing experience several years before.
Yeah.
And he's just gone, you're the best one for the job. And I'm like,
Out of all that we've got,
he needs to be
Leon's
performance
been
managed.
sent to do the president's work. One man band to go and save his daughter.
Yeah.
Now we've got this lass having to go back to the scene of the crime of her mother's death.
It's really
unbelievable.
It's really strange behaviour from him. But what that enables, I guess, is this element of low resources, it's the survival horror aspect of it being there, and they play up to that a lot. Like we've got zombies essentially that are roaring around this care home / hospital.
Yep.
You're outnumbered, you're outgunned, and you're given very, very little. Like this is the open it like trying to get a foothold as Grace in these early stages. This is like one of the hardest. It felt. I didn't die a lot, to be frank, but it just felt really difficult to get any sort of comfort. Like the first sort of loop that I went out on my own, and you know, people that have played a Resident Evil game will know what this kind of formula is. You'll be introduced to an area, you have multiple wings or sections. You can only access one to start with, and then throughout that you'll start unlocking other areas through key cards, keys, objects, items, and it's, you know, eventually it's like a Metroidvania essentially.
It is basically, isn't it? Yeah.
Going round. But you normally go out on your first loop, and the loop available to you isn't particularly long or challenging. But my God, I was like, I don't know if I'm ever be able to get through this. It felt I was under pressure from the get go, and for the next like 2 hours, I was really like not comfortable at all. No, or as comfortable as you can be in these games, but it was honestly what, like, thinking back to even playing like 7, which is probably the other analog for like Grace's areas. Yeah. Yeah, I felt more comfortable with those bakers roaring around than what was going on here. I was dreading having to go out there sometimes. Thinking, I don't even know if I'm going to get past these fucks. They really do come at you hot and heavy early on. They do, and yeah, with the limited resources that you get, you really have to explore this area as much as you can just to get enough ammo. Yeah. And every single shot that you miss, you feel you're like. Did you reload ever if you missed the sitter? Yeah, and I was like, sake. Yeah, there was a couple of times. And some of them zombies, they're fucking. There's new feature now that you get like zombies that they talk. Some of them, don't they? Yeah, and they sort of show signs of their past life. Like someone said this as well. It's quite funny. They were like, how miserable are these people's lives that even in zombification, the only aspect of their life that they remember is their job. Yeah. So you've got like a chef, there's a fucking singer, there's a cleaner cleaning out the bogs, a zombie that's obsessed with turning lights on and off. I don't know what his job was. No. Got an easy gig, I think, compared to some of the others. That poor old Doris on the floor cleaning up blood for a living, and he's just flicking light switches on and off. But boy, yeah, so, but yeah, with just the amount of getting snarled up with them, and like you say, the limited resources that you have, you really have to sneak around them, and you do feel overwhelmed at first with how many enemies they chuck at you in that, and it's very tight. This is the thing. It's not. Yeah. I'll be interested to see a speed run of this game without the resources like a limited ammo, because you know how slow the enemies were in like the old games. You could easily dart round them and run your way around them, whereas this. It's so claustrophobic as well because it is just small hallways. Yeah. And
chucked in with loads of bloody enemies coming at you, and you've got about 3 bullets in your arsenal.
You can't take them down. You simply can't. You have to just...
The bullet sponges off of them as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like just an average enemy's at least 4, maybe 5 headshots, and you're like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah,
So
you can use a knife to like
right?
help out, but they've got durability, so they don't last forever.
No.
So yeah, they put you under the cosh early, and I must admit I was a bit like, I don't know if I'm even enjoying this, but you eventually, I eventually took like I said earlier, like an hour of just like I know where I've been, I need to just now go where I haven't been, because a lot of the time it felt like you'd go somewhere new and there'd be fucking 8 zombies. You get through that area, run back, you get to the safe room, and you go, oh, fucking, I've got to go back there. And they would at least scatter them out, or they wouldn't all be congregated in that one room anymore. So actually there's only 2 in there, and you're like, okay, I can work my way around this. But the initial fear of going somewhere new was like, I don't know what I'm going to see when I go around here. They do give you, the options to start crafting things. And obviously, as you said, if you explore, you'll find bullets and resources. You can build things with scrap, and the herbs are back as well. No coloured herbs though, just the green. I think that's
singular herb.
I think that's better. I don't need to know about this yellow and red toot, if I'm honest. But that simplifies it slightly. True. One thing they added, which I don't know if this is too much. It wasn't in the end, but at one point I was thinking this feels like a bit overkill on the crafting front, is that you'll eventually get a tool where you can syringe up blood off the floor, and that's now a key resource to pretty much craft anything, even bullets. And I was like, what's going on here? Why are we adding another sort of thing here? And obviously, if you shoot zombies and they die, sometimes it'll drop some of these like areas where you can suck up the blood. But I did think that felt like almost a bit too far. Yeah. In hindsight, looking back, it wasn't. But I think I was, again, because I was in that mindset of being struggled, and I was like, I've now got to go and find fucking blood just to get some resources. How did you find that area? Because that's the key to getting yourself up and running, is to start crafting things and finding bits and pieces. Yeah. And then we've got this blood resource that needs to be grabbed.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it did seem like maybe they were going a bit too far. I think
it makes no sense either. Why these bullets? Why do we need blood to make? I mean, you can't make bullets out of scrap either. You never could, but you could in Village. So let's not go too far down the. It has to be realistic. But it just seemed like a weird addition. Yeah,
it was strange. I wonder if they felt, because of how tense it is at the beginning, and you literally don't have many options, that they needed to give you something to alleviate that pressure. Even though I feel like the second you get to a Leon section, you're like, oh, thank God, I can go mad and get this tension out of it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like you say, I sort of was a bit worried, but it never sort of really became like a burden or anything. The only thing I wish they would have done is maybe change the colour of like the icon, or maybe so you knew that it wasn't. If you were full up on blood and you didn't need any more blood, because amount of times I'll be walking around with a tank full of blood, but didn't have any scrap to be able to do anything with it. I was like, fuck's sake. So then kill a zombie and go, oh, brilliant, they've dropped something. Go, oh no, some more blood. Yeah. It's like, oh, bloody hell. But yeah. I mean, it did alleviate, like I say, the tension and pressure from walking around with no bullets. So it worked out well in the end. An interesting take. Yeah, it just needed a bit more. I mean, you got this. What was that? The injection you could get. I forget what the name of it was now.
Yeah, you could like insta kill the zombies of it, but through. Well, you didn't have to be stealth. Actually, if you staggered them, you could stab it into them. But you could also sneak up to them and one shot them, and it would kill them permanently, which we will get into as to why that's an interesting. Phrase and why I specified that, but yeah, you're right. You could start doing things like that, and they were one shots though, so it's quite a lot of resource to give up to have one of them. So it's a balance of, do I want the bullets or do I want the insta kill? The bullets I could potentially take out 2, but I could take 1 off the board for good, and then not have to deal with that. And the amount of
fucking times I accidentally pressed health heal button instead of getting, so I was like, bloody hell, and that's a resource gone.
I did that.
Yeah.
Especially in the early stage, I did that about
Early
3
stages,
times. I was
yeah.
utterly fuming. 'Cause I think it's R1, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. R1, which is a weird button for a hill.
Yeah. I wasn't too happy with that, but there you go.
No.
Let's talk about these blister heads then. So essentially,
Blister fuck.
these are, if you'll see a zombie, if say you shoot it 3 times, 4 times, it goes down and the head doesn't explode. Sometimes it does.
Yep.
Sometimes you get lucky. Most of the time it'll just fall down and that's that. I could never work out what caused the next phase or why sometimes it did or didn't happen. I suppose that's part of the charm of it. But there was a non-zero chance that the next time or a future time that you wander past that zombie, it would mutate and come back as what's known as a blister head, which basically meant they're double-R'd and got an extra bit of speed, and they can do some real damage to you if they get their hands on you. So it's essentially the Crimson Head style being brought back and being called blister heads. So now when you're going round everywhere, all these bodies that you would have strewn some of them. Most people would kill, a handful at least, if not more, as you get more comfortable. But then you've got that worry of walking past them, whether they're going to come back and animate. So every kill now becomes a potential trap. And then you start thinking, well, do I need to be a bit smarter about how I go to areas? Do I fully clear down areas so I never have to go back, hopefully? So I haven't got to deal with any blister heads. So I started doing that towards, as I started to work things out. But how did you find these Crimson Head 2.0s, blister heads coming at you?
I tell you, I found them harder on the later stages. On the section we'll talk about later, but in Leon's section, I found them harder then. I don't know if they sort of difficulty bumps up with them. Yeah, they can be a fucking nuisance. And I forgot after playing them in the original one, the Crimson Heads. You're like, oh fuck. I mean, and then they grow fucking claws and start screaming at you. And it's essentially the same, but with a big blister head. Yeah. It's reminding me so much of clickers in this one.
They weren't far off, were they? I mean, you could get away with being grabbed maybe once, but not much more. Yeah. Whereas the clickers were insta-kills.
But I think the biggest... No, I'm not sure. But
the shiv, I was saying, with the clickers, I don't know if you could fend them off. I know you could kill them with a shiv, but I think if they grabbed you still, it wasn't like a get out of jail. You were down.
No, it weren't.
But that's a good analogue because they are almost as deadly, for sure.
They are, yeah. There's a few bits in this game that reminded me of Last of Us. We'll get into it, but I just found them, and again they're fucking sponges as well. So certainly in the grey sections, if you had one reanimate and you're unloading a clip of fucking bullets into him, you're like, fuck. Unless you've got one of those injections to put them down for good. I mean, you still got to sneak up on them. You can't really do them, and you could, because all her melee, whereas with Leon, you can do a fucking backflip, kick their heads against the ring. With her, she just pushes them and they fall over. That's what she's got in the luck, God bless her. But one thing I did really like is the world keeps the battlefield of what it is. So that when you kill something and their fucking head explodes and blood splatters everywhere, that blood stays there for the rest of that playthrough.
Yep. Which
is fucking quality. But those blister heads, they were bothersome. But they sprinkled them. It wasn't like every single enemy was. Yeah. They'd done a good job of sort of sprinkling them in, so they cause you bother, but they weren't inundated with them to the point where you're like, for fuck, like this is feels unfair.
Yeah, you wouldn't have. Yeah, as you said, not all of them would do it.
No.
I'd be interested in another playthrough whether it's the same or different each time.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
We ain't done our research on that.
No.
Any other comments about Grace or even the location that we're talking about? This, the care home, Rhodes Hospital. Anything other bits and pieces before we move out of Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Centre?
Are we talking about? Let's call them the big uns.
The big guns, the pursuer enemies.
Yes, the pursuer enemies.
The tyrant style. The ones you can't kill that just fucking hammer you around. Yeah, we can talk about them because they are a part of this care centre, unfortunately. With people that hated Mr. X, you're not going to like these fuckers any better.
No.
No. So take it away if you've got something to say.
Possibly I mean, it's one of those things like when you watch a horror film and you're like, this to not seeing. I think that's why Jaws is such a good thing, because you don't see that shark for fucking ages.
Yeah.
And then once you see it, like, it's silly shark.
Yeah.
Whereas this, I think with this, it's the not knowing. As soon as you see them, you're like, right. But that, I don't know why that fucking, they just call it the girl, I think.
Yeah.
You got that. I think those sections are the most harrowing. Just because what it sounds like, the way it moves, what it does. They just do such a great job of the jump scares. It's not like a fucking typical horror film where every left, like you're sitting there thinking, but it does add that tension of just knowing that it's something that you can't kill. You've just got to sneak around. You can't, unload a clip of fucking bullets into it and it's dead.
No,
it's good. And people worry, do they do it too much? There are a few in this section, so it could be seen, but I don't know. They never felt like they overstayed.
They're not relentless. It's not like Remake 2 when there's like, once X is on your ass, he's on your ass for the whole of that police station until you get out of there.
He can come into the safe areas as well.
He comes into that main hallway, which has been like your safe haven for like ever. The smaller ones he doesn't, but that main one you've probably spent a good few hours in, like just coming back and be like, and breathe. And then, I remember the first time he just steamed in there. I was like, what? I just fucking ran for it. I was like, oh shit, I've got to find another one. And then he fucked off after I went into a small one. But he was just a constant menace. And this it feels a bit more deliberate. They're like, okay, they're not going to be a menace all the time, but when we want them to be a menace, you're going to have to deal with them. And there's even like smaller or ones that aren't quite as egregious, that are just wandering the care centre that, won't necessarily go away. They'll always kind of be there. You understand their route, and then whether you want to try and take them on is up to you. But I think it is quite fair the way they do the pursuer enemies in this one.
Yeah. How about the puzzles we said about? They sort of dial down the puzzles. There's not so many of them, and they certainly aren't egregious or anything. They're very easy puzzles to do. Yeah. The more puzzling bit is getting around getting to the parts that you need. It's not, you're not sitting there trying to work out mathematical equations and fucking God knows what we had to do in the old ones.
Yeah. Anything on the main path is very, I would say it's easy. Some of it is, some of it's not. You just got to look at your files basically, and you go, oh, I'll work that one out. There's some optional stuff though that is quite, I think it's quite challenging. Because I only got 3 out of the 5 safes or whatever it was. I missed a few of them throughout, so I missed a file or something somewhere. And then there's another kind of sort of side bit that people can find for themselves. Can fudge that one out. But on the main path, I think it is probably a bit on the easier side, but it didn't slow you down. It doesn't feel too easy. You just got to be aware and have a little look round. I don't know, but the only thing I didn't like, and I can't remember even how to describe this because I can't remember what they called them, but you'd find these little, like, it's something to do with the blood analyzer machine. You'd find these little modules that you'd put in, and it would ask you to decode the module.
That's right. Yes.
I don't even know how to describe it, but it was essentially asking you to decode this little, like, weird puzzle, essentially. 108 fucking presses I had at one of them. I couldn't, my brain couldn't, because it was still frazzled. It was in that early stage still where I was struggling.
Like a sort of DNA, like a thing, aren't they? Yeah.
I think it unlocks more things to craft, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
But they just disappear. There's only like a handful of those and they're gone. You don't really see them again. I thought that was going to be a constant thing that you find throughout the game. But no.
Yeah, no, it's literally in that one section, isn't it? So yeah, they were a bit of a nuisance, and that was probably. I tell you what, those sort of puzzles reminded me of fucking The Witness.
Right, the line puzzles, yeah.
The line puzzle, just like, for fuck's sake, and you have to write. So that one goes there, that one goes there, but yeah, they are an absolute nightmare, some of them. But yes, again, very lightly sprinkled in, not overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, and not blocking progress. I mean, you'll want to get them because they will help you, but not you ain't going to get blocked in the game if you don't do them. So I think they kind of move the trickier stuff to the side for people to do as optional bits and pieces, which if you do, you'll find resources or some sort of reward, so it's worth doing. But also, if you're stuck and you think, I've been in here 3 hours, I just want to move on, just put the fucking object in the hole, and then you can get on to the next whatever you need to. But the Grace there is just atmosphere is excellent, and the sound design throughout is is really good, but particularly with Grace, it's excellent. There's this horrible musical cue when you see a zombie. It's like a one note goes zong. So I don't know if it's indicating they've seen you. I don't think it is. Just that sometimes when you visualize them, it's really just cut through me every single time it would do it.
Did you find the first section before the care center? It felt quite tech demo-y to me. Like it's just like a graphical. Yeah, a graphical darling. But yeah, it almost felt to me, because it just in its structure and just with how good it looked, it felt to me like a sort of tech demo. But you can tell there's a lot of care and attention done into particularly Grace's sections, either the prologue and the care home, or the care centre, everyone will call it, and dripping with atmosphere from that front. Let's get on to Leon. Leon. We can tackle Leon from a couple of angles. We can also wield him with Grace, because actually there's some, contrary to how we thought it might play, that it's not two separate one and done campaigns. Like it will switch you throughout, back and forth. Bit different to how Alan Wake 2 did it. Alan Wake 2 did switch you, but then eventually you get the full choice of switching it whenever you want. So you could actually just do it as a, let's do all of, Alan's one, and then let's switch to the other character. At some point you have to switch back, because it wants you to make sure you've got to the point where the story's going to conclude. But for the most part, you can just battle through them. This is different. It will just switch you. Now, in the early going, it's switching you, I don't know, every 45 minutes to an hour or so. Then that kind of just goes away, and then you get a switch from Grace back to Leon, and it's a bit longer. I will say that this switching, I liked in the early stage. I liked how quick it was. I think it would have got annoying if they kept doing that. Because it would have been a bit too jarring. But I think for the early going, they set the scene for both of them quite well. And then there's a couple of switches, but you are given, for the most part, for both, parts that you play as Leon or Grace, like long sections with each of them individually. But our first taste of Leon is early, and we're going to third person. We've got this Requiem Magnum gun. We can pick up chainsaws and use them. We can cause all manner of carnage. We're going to get shotguns. We're going to get rifles. We're going to get all the trimmings that's required. We're going to get not loads of bullets, but enough to feel comfortable for most of the game and most of the encounters. But this is a big change of pace. So from the beginning, or the early stage, we'll get into his sort of more dedicated bit later. How did you find just picking up as Leon for the first time? Oh God, I did a physical loud cheer when I first got that, what's it called, that fucking Requiem gun.
Yeah.
Blew fucking 3 of them in a row. I was like, oh yes. It was just a big grin on my face at that time. I think even Elba was watching me, and she was just like, oh, what is that? I think it's just like, after experiencing Grace's section and that sort of tension that you get, and then that's it, when you're Leon and the chains come off and you're given this arsenal to fucking, and it's almost like a sort of power fantasy. You're like, oh. Yeah. And I just think it goes down as well to these characters. I think these characters are so well thought out now. They're so likable characters. I really enjoyed playing as Leon. It just, I really like Leon as a character. I think his sections. I get that this franchise needs the Grace sections to bring it back down to earth, which I think it does a good job of. Right, normally this sort of thing, you get too much Leon, and then it starts to sort of wander into the realms of like, all right, mate, it's getting a bit silly now. Whereas Grace's sections always do pull it down and ground it. But yeah, it was, the Leon, I mean, I really enjoyed my time with Leon sections. There are a section that we'll discuss that does feel a bit too long.
Yeah.
I mean, that section, I heard it was going to be fully open world. I was like,
I can
imagine. Like,
that'd be a bad idea.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it weren't far from being a small open world, but it was. I enjoyed it, but I can see the negative connotations of how it's very varied. There's stuff that you sort of like, what? When, like you say, when you sort of stop and think about it, you're like, what? That was weird that happened.
Yeah.
Again, it's very difficult to not discuss without spoiling, so we won't. But no, overall, I really enjoy playing as Leon, because I do, as much as I do like the horror aspects. I do find them really taxing to play, and it makes me sort of think, I don't want to go through this, and it's horrible to play. Yeah. So I think, playing as Leon, I love the more action-focused stuff, and they've done it really well in this one.
I don't know if it's because of the perspective. I think this would happen with Grace as well, because I was playing first and then third. Just how I love just hitting the reload button, and even if it's completely loaded the gun, both Grace and Leon will do this, but it looks cooler in third person as him, like, he'll turn his gun to the side and like check the magazine.
Mate,
everything feels so tactile. You switch weapon, and he's pulling it off his fucking arm and getting it ready. Like, it's such a great feeling to just switch weapons around him. Like, let's just switch out here, and just to get the sound and the animations. It's so beautiful.
Whoever did the animations must be a huge John Wick fan. Because this screams of John Wick. Just like that, reloading that shotgun where he just chucks it on his shoulder. And it's fucking, and like, even the turn of the gun, he was just holds it sideways like that, like you mentioned. Yeah.
He's got finishes up close as well that will pop off.
That's, some of them are fucking in quality. It really is. It's like, it's almost like
he's got the hatchet.
He's got a fucking hatchet. What a cool. I mean, he had knives, didn't he, in 4 as an Evil 4?
Yeah, and you could parry stuff.
You could, but they were so weak and stuff, weren't they, in 2? But this, it just feels, because it's a hatchet. Should be a mod to give him the fucking Leviathan axe. Just go full.
That would be cool.
Go full in. But that made you feel like a fucking badass, because if you've got someone, you could parry a lot of enemies.
There
was one enemy I never did, which I need to go back because there was a trophy for.
Okay.
Never got it. But
I don't like parrying. I didn't use the parrying in 4 remake. It's just a high risk tactic, I think. If I can deal with you 10 meters away, I'll deal with you 10 meters. I'm not going to let you get close and then have a chance just so I can maybe catch you.
I often forgot, certainly when like, in that open section when
I didn't barely use it.
Chainsaws come out, I was like, I died a couple times. Like, I forgot that's an option. Because you're not used to it. It's like fucking playing Sekiro or something where every move's a fucking parry. Whereas Resident Evil games aren't really synonymous with parrying, but but certainly plays a lot different. And I was just surprised at how many different sections, like how many different styles that are sort of chucked into this one piece. Not sort of styles, but the things you're doing and the enemies, the variety and things. It really is like an abundance of action. Basically, Leon's whole section, isn't it? Abundance of action.
And depending on how you play it, you can do all manner of tricks and executions and things, depending on weapons you use. And you could probably do a pretty close to a full hatchet run to a certain extent if you're good enough. Like you could probably get close to doing that. And the only annoying thing about the hatchet that annoyed me was the sharpening. I get they didn't want it to be too OP, and you don't have to use a resource to sharpen it. So before people start falling out their chairs, you haven't got to worry about that. But
I was surprised at that.
It's still an irritant to do now and again because I forgot that was. I forgot how to do it for the longest time. I can't remember to sharpen it. It only popped up once early.
Having to do it in certain boss fights as well. You're like, oh, I've got to fucking get the chisel out here. Hang on a minute.
I'd rather just done away with that, but kind of whatever. One thing that's really good, but for some reason they don't utilize it anywhere close to its full potential, is how they cross the two characters over in the same location. So the care centre, for example, you will go through an area as Grace or Leon that one of those has been through or is going to go through. And when that first happened, I was like, oh, this is going to be the feature of the game. This is what's going to really set it apart. Because the clever thing about that is that you can start opening things up with some characters that you can't. So Grace can like lockpick drawers, and Leon can open warped like cupboards and things like that of his hatchet. And then you can pick up the items that are in there. Or if you're thinking ahead, you can think, oh, I'm going to leave that. So then when I return, hopefully as whoever, Grace or Leon, I can then use that item for them because there'll be more need of it. And I was like, this is going to be it. This is the ultimate strategy of like thinking about who needs what's useful for each of the different characters. And I was like, this is what Resident Evil 2 should have been, remake.
Right, yeah.
This was the main complaint for me of Resident Evil 2 was that this element didn't exist.
Yeah.
And then it never fucking happens again. They do it once. And I was like,
and then they go, no, off you go, two separate ways.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I could not believe it. I was like, that is such a clever, like, you've got to be really clever the way you drop things if you're going to do that. And they were.
Yeah.
And then, you will have that moment and then you won't be seeing that again. There'll be none of that crossover. Yeah. Doesn't mean you're not going to switch back and forth between the characters in close proximity, but you're not going to have that same feeling of like, oh, I can open that, I'll leave that and come back to it. Because actually in the original Resident Evil 2, they were choices you could make between the two different scenarios. You could take weapons or leave them, and then the other person, when you come through the second time, could pick up the stuff you didn't. So it's kind of like there for them.
Yeah, that's the main sort of gameplay feature in Zero, but it doesn't work well with Zero because you're going along together, so you don't really like. It would be good, like you say, if it was two separate campaigns. Yeah. But whereas that is like a going through as a co-op.
Yeah, as a co-op, that'll do. Yeah. But I just felt like that was such an excellent. Because I thought they've done it, they've fixed it. They're going to do this throughout Requiem. They're like, no, you're not. You're going to have that once. Let's talk about Leon's kind of like his main area, his main like. Because I would say the care centre is mostly Grace's. I think it's fair to say in terms of time you're spent there, like you're with Grace for the vast majority of that. And then, as if you've watched the trailers or seen anything of the marketing of this game, you'll know that Raccoon City is on the menu, and we're going back there 26 years after it's been bombed out from the absolute disaster outbreak. Leon's still to this day traumatized by his first day on the job ending up in that fucking hell. And as Leon, that's kind of like one of his main areas. You go back there and we've got a task to do. We've got to get from A to B essentially. But as in typical Resident Evil way, it's not just going through a gate from A to B. You've got to find a way to open the gate, and that's where it gets to this sort of open area. I liked when I first started playing with Leon. I was like, this is the shit now. We're in daylight for most of it, which I think again goes back to Resident Evil 4. Like, we're not having to use the darkness or the cheap tricks. You're playing in daylight, which allowed me to play not at night. For his, because I got off that monkey off my back, having to wait until the sun had set. It was like we're playing this as Leon's experiencing it, and then I'd say maybe halfway through that section, I was like, "This is fucking long." It felt long. It felt slow. It felt, dare I say, repetitive. And I don't know. Yeah, this not this point onwards, I wouldn't say, but certainly this point, I was a bit like, I know what I've got to do, and I'm still feel like this is going to take me another 2 hours.
Yeah,
and I don't want to rush around running. I want to explore thoroughly as well and do what I want to do. What I need to do.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What's your thoughts on this bit? 'Cause this is like his Leon's sort of main bit.
Yeah, it is Leon's main bit. I did enjoy it more than I thought I would because, like you say, it's certainly the longest part of the game. And
it probably is, you're right.
But I think where I was playing much like yourself, I was trying to, I want to search everything. I don't want to move on. I was so scared I was going to move the story on without, searching a room and stuff.
Because we don't have the ultimate map, do we? We don't have the green map. It will show you things that you've missed. You've seen, but it won't mark the room green or red like Resident Evil 2
fucking
did.
Annoyed me. What was those collectible things? The little raccoons? I think they're from Resident Evil 2. So you've got a map in the care centre. Now you're fucking on your arse again trying to find them.
I wasn't using ammo for that.
No, exactly.
I couldn't tolerate that.
No, but I enjoyed it more than I thought I would, but I was just so surprised at how much they sort of cram into this area and how varied it feels. From the get go, they turn it into sort of like an arcadey type file. So they do away with the limited resources and storage box that Grace had, and now you have a wristband where you gain every kill gives you a score and credits, and then you can then spend that on new guns or upgrades to your guns.
I want to understand what this company were doing, where they've got their soldiers on the ground whose lives are at risk, and they're saying, well, if you want the better gun, you've got to earn it through killing. What is this setup? I mean, there are biomutants and bioterrorism going on in this universe, but it made me smile when I was like, "Oh, these are for the soldiers that were here, and they're making them go and earn their unlocks to keep them safer." That's a good way of actually encouraging you to kill everything as well, because
that's it.
Too often, even in Resident Evil 4, I was like, if I don't need to kill it, I won't, because the ammo is useful. Whereas now there's a clear reward for it. You could buy more ammo with that, or you could upgrade your gun or buy a new version of a gun, etc. So I did like that your kills, and you can pick up items as well that you can trade in at the box for new stuff. Yeah. Like I said, it's a bit mental that's going on in lore, but nonetheless, as a gameplay mechanic, I did like that you were rewarded for killing. Yeah.
One thing I did like was the Bloodborne-esque level design. So you'll go through a section, there'll be like a locked door or whatever, you'll go through that section, and then all of a sudden you'll fucking go, where the hell am I in this new area? I've no idea. You'll come to this locked door, open it up, and it's turned out to be like a shortcut cut back to the area that you wanted to. They did that quite a lot.
Yeah.
They did it in the care home as well. I think throughout this game they sort of have that level design. It was very welcomed. But like I say, I did enjoy the Leon, the big Leon section. Like I said, there was elements of it where I was like, "God, this feels like a Last of Us experience." There's a parts where you're sort of crawling around in the dark, trying to stealth your way through enemies. You
can stealth kill as Leon as well with the hatchet. This is why that hatchet is so fucking good. You can sneak up on enemies and kill them, even the blisterheads. So
blisterheads, that's it. Yeah, you got these clicker-esque blisterheads. Yeah, and there was a certain section I was like, "Oh, this is Last of Us." But it did start to even there, because I think with this game I just wanted to get the story done, so I was so scared that I was going to have something spoiled for me as well. So I was like, right, we've got through the tension now this is the Leon section, we're getting that, now we're kicking ass, like, let's get this story moving. And like you say, it's certainly the longest section, so it does sort of outstay its welcome, but I didn't help by playing it the way I did. I'm sure, if you try and speed run this bit and miss out half of the content, which isn't advised, it's best to, like you say, experience all of it explore every area. There's a bit of backtracking you have to do, which is that's the only thing you do have to do. Like the only part you do have to do a bit of backtracking. Whereas the old games, fuck me, how many times you're running around that fucking police station in Resident Evil 2 looking for stuff?
Oh yeah,
and that fucking mansion. They do away with that, but this section you are sort of backwards and forwards to certain sections. The amount of times I'm going back just to fucking cash in my credits.
Yeah.
Just so I can get some upgrades and get a little cheeky save. And like, oh God, not sure how well that auto save's doing it. It never cost me really, but you never can be too sure. But yeah, I think the only downside I'd say is it's not really that exciting, the Raccoon City area. You know, it is, I mentioned it earlier, it is a fucking old dust bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing brown and yellow.
It lacks a bit of, well, I mean, compared to, you know, Care Centre, it's lacking a bit of atmosphere, I think.
Exactly, yeah, and polish.
Dust Bowl. And yeah, if you're saying what was right, where they were planning on putting most of the game here as some sort of main location hub base with like open.
Oh, imagine that with towers, Ubisoft towers in there.
Right. Yeah, that would have been a tricky one.
I mean, I did get concerned when there's like a section you get to and you have to fucking pull out your binoculars. And it's like, right, we've got to go out. And I was thinking, oh, God, this is it. This is going to be the open world section. Oh, no.
Yeah.
But they rein it in. It isn't too bad.
No.
One thing I will give it credit to, though, is the enemy variety in this section as well. You know, they do, it's not just the same. Because, I mean, there's different types of zombies in that care home and the big fucks, but other than that, that's it. Whereas this, they do try and change it up. There's some new variants, some, again, more zombies, and like I say, they cram so many little sections in this that they're not, it's hard, they're not like games, like, I don't know, there is almost like this weird, I don't know how to explain it without spoiling it. But yeah, there's just different styles of action that you go through that aren't typically in Resident Evil games.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see it being overwhelming, and like I say, it is a long section. So yeah, I can see it getting on people's tits, but overall, I did enjoy it, and I think the outcome. It gets better the more it goes on for me.
Interesting. One thing that annoyed me. Well, no, like I said, I think it's good. I think it is too long, and there was, I think, halfway or so for, I don't know if that's exact. I was a bit like, okay, I know what I need to do. I'll do it, obviously, because I want to progress, but I kind of run out of a little bit of steam here. And I think it could have been shortened slightly. They also remove like body. This is the weird inconsistency of the game. Like the bodies start disappearing for the zombies.
Oh right. Oh.
And obviously in the first, in the first section with Grace and with Leon in that care home, don't think that certainly with Grace that does not happen. 'Cause that's it's a major gameplay mechanic and part of the design is that you have to concern yourself with these dead bodies. In Leon's one, you go around the corner and come back, and they're just a blood pile. They're gone. So that whole element of them reanimating, for the most part, is gone.
I did have a couple of blisters.
Yeah, I think what happens is there's an enemy that can mutate them, and
right.
If you hit them, they will mutate. If they're in proximity, it will mutate them into them. Right. And I think there even are some scattered around, but not once did one get up off the floor. And then, one that I'd killed earlier and come back to. That whole mechanic was just gone.
Yeah, it's certainly because of how big it feels as well. It definitely, I thought I was expecting it to feel like even when you was playing as Leon in Resident Evil 2, there was still that fear of the tight corridors.
Yeah,
and
all the zombies getting up.
Tension, all the zombies getting up. Exactly. Yeah. Whereas this, where everything is more open, you're out in the day. And you haven't got the fear of those enemies getting up and get you. And it definitely does lose its horror element in that thing. I think the only bit was that the Last of Us section that I explained, but you'll have to play that to find out what it is. But other than that, it really is sort of balls to the wall action. But yeah.
They do chuck a random detour in there, like a grace switch, which I think slows down the pace a lot, which I thought was a bizarre time to put it, but for narrative reasons, they decided that's got to go in at that point. But yeah, I think I'm less hot on Leon's sort of main bulk than, even though I was in the boat where I think I prefer the moment to moment, but it just lacked a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of tension. Tension was all but gone. So I knew what I was always going to be facing into. Do a few things to try and keep you on your toes, but it was like, oh, this is now shooting gallery. Deal with them. And they had, like, you're right. They do have some unique little mechanics for you to interact with. Just maybe a couple more of those rather than just another room of zombies to deal with. Any other business on Leon's side of things as a?
No, I think it was pretty good. Yeah, we had some collectibles, didn't we, with the BSAA containers? That was basically their safes.
Yeah.
A couple of them, but other than that, I think we pretty much covered what we can in the time. Yeah,
absolutely. Let's go to story overall here, because it's hard to even set this up. I mean, what's going on? Essentially, there's been like a spate of like murders that are happening, which Leon's investigating. Obviously, he comes with all the baggage of his previous escapades and whatnot. So he's out trying to find a link, what the link might be between those murders and whatnot. And Grace, as the FBI analyst, is also sent out, and that's, you know, how she gets snarled up into this situation. That's just the basic kind of framework for while they're out and bumping into close proximity of each other. In terms of antagonists, won't go too much into that. I think that'll be interesting for people just to see and understand. Again, I think it's an excellent performance. Perhaps could have done with a bit more. Again, this sort of goes. There's large swaths where they're just not there anymore. And they don't need to be on top of you all the time, but a little. Again, just a few more interactions of them. But story-wise, here's where I'm at a bit of a crossroads of it. Because it feels like. It feels a little bit like, let's play the hits.
Well,
This is the play the hits of Resident Evil game. If you've not played, especially 2 remake, 4 to a lesser extent, but 2 remake and maybe even 3 remake, why not? Because it's in that same day. And I'm no lawhound of Resident Evil. I think it's a mess. I think the timeline's away. I don't know what's what now, but nonetheless, having some sort of awareness about the other games and what's happened would aid you here. And it sometimes felt somewhat like it was pandering, and I didn't like that when it was all said and done.
Nostalgia baiting, they call it.
I'm going to say, and this is not, I don't mean this literally because it's a strong term, but maybe what you might expect from fan fiction. if someone from Reddit was allowed to come up with everything. So I wasn't crazy on that, because I think coming out of 7 and 8, or 7 and Village, they're so self-contained. They're happening in this wider Resident Evil world, and there are things to pick up on, absolutely. There are references and whatnot. But this one felt like, oh no, this is like, you know, we're really gonna do some deep cuts here. And I don't know, I don't know. I was think something about that. It came across as play the hits rather than brand new, unique. And I don't think they need to do that either. There's plenty of things they could do to. There's been 9 of them, so they could clearly come up with 9 scenarios. But that was my only thing that when it's all said and done, I was like, that was good, but I'm not sure overall I liked some of the parts of it. But
Yeah, I did enjoy the story. I think what came across to me is that they had an idea for a story, and then they sort of had to try and work that story into the lore that they already have.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just use so much nostalgia bait to intertwine that story into their like lore. Because
what nostalgia are they trying to get at here? I mean, RE2's not that old. The remake,
No,
is that
right? Yeah,
It's like when they like threw elements back to that. I was like, it hasn't been that long. Like, it's not like it's not like the original. I mean, it's still going back to the original, maybe, but the way in which these newer ones, in my opinion, are written is like they've kind of thrown those out to a certain extent, and there's like a remake timeline that is interwoven with this lot.
Yeah.
And I was a bit like, so we're not talking like it's 20 years ago that we've experienced this with Leon. Like, it's been 6-7 years, so it's not really that much of a deep cut there. But go on, I'll cut him off.
No, but yeah, no, it just that's what it just came across to me that it would they had the idea. It was like, right, this is the story we want to do. These are the characters we're going to introduce. And again, even some of the characters, they're sort of pulling at nostalgia. We go, right, we're going to get you, like you say. To me, it felt like a sort of love letter to the older games. That's what it was. It was like a sort of, a pander to it. It was just like, I mean, I was there for it, but yeah, I could see why people wouldn't. The only thing with the story that got me, which we can't discuss, is something to do with the ending. So
I've seen some. I agree. I know exactly what is going on there. Pathetic.
Yeah. But in terms, certainly, that's my feeling. It felt like they had an idea, and then they later was like, right, we need to recall back to basics, and we need to pull at people's nostalgia. Nostalgia plays a big part in this game. Like, they really did pull at the Resident Evil fans. That's why I think I did. That's why I enjoyed this game so much, because it was, like I say, it felt like a love letter to the games like Resident Evil 4, 2, 3. And
They don't need love letters. They've been redone.
They've been remade. They've rebadged it.
They've slopped it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sort of...
Tell you what, I was watching Jurassic Park Dominion.
Oh yeah.
And they try that in that.
They do try that in.
And I was watching it and I was like, this is unbelievable that I've played this game and then watched this in the same week. And I'm like, they're trying the same tricks.
They are. Yeah.
So that's going to get stung when I put the review in on that in our group. I've had sick of it already.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's. I think that people they lap it up, and that's why they've tried it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it's a difficult one.
Tricky business. I don't think it's bad.
No,
not like.
But just
it didn't blow my mind. I was like, okay.
Right.
Not that I go to Resident Evil really for the best stories. I don't really think
exactly. No, I think
what annoyed me was that they've almost like, oh look how good our lore and universe is, and I'm like, it ain't. It's a mess.
It's always been cheesy and convoluted and stuff. But I think
stop trying to make it a fucking Endgame or some Marvel.
Exactly. I think that's what everyone in media does. All franchise seem to be going down this Endgame route. Yeah. And this does feel like, Resident Evil's Endgame, and they do pull at the nostalgia bait. But I think the characters carry it. That's what this one is. Grace, Leon, and the antagonist. All the villains and the side characters, that they are what make it. I think they are a good batch of characters that make the story. They're quite interesting. Yeah. Again, very difficult to not discuss. I want to be on this spoiler cast. Get me in with Adcock. I need to discuss it. Some concerns. But yeah, just I want to discuss where I think the future of Resident Evil's going.
Straight on the fucking toilet. I feel like these guys have no go at it. No, not a chance. remake all the old tut first, then hang up your boots, then go to
then
Dino
go.
Crisis. Let's get
Yeah,
the true
get them
Jurassic
done.
Dominion out there. So Dino Crisis Dominion, Leon features the absolute crossover of a lifetime. Grace in tow,
There she
Ethan
goes.
as Hammond. Right, any other business on Requiem at all?
No.
Any other comments? Just seeing if there's anything I wrote down that was done that sounds excellent. We talked about those bodies disappearing.
Body machine, yeah. Just the blood, the action, just the pure polish of it. You know,
It is just a high quality game
out
from stem to stem.
Yeah, like
really.
you said straight off the bat that just screams polish and just a very, very well made game in terms of level design. I think just the way it doesn't overstay its welcome too much. They just sprinkle enough. I think that you get shades of, like I said earlier, where they it starts to just veer off track, and then they pull it in and rein it off and ground it again, and it's just enjoyable to play. That's the other thing as well. It's just an enjoyable experience. I really, really dug it.
I tend to agree in many aspects. Right, let's do the formalities first about Requiem, Resident Evil Variety 2026, latest entry into the franchise. We've got the Gaming's Gallery of Games. We've got the self-storage for the tut. It doesn't deserve to be in there. Resident Evil Zero's in there for Adkins, so if you're looking for a Resident Evil game in there, Adkins has dropped that in there. But then we've got the Platinum, Gold, Silver and Bronze, which are basically tiers. You know, if you see those tier listings, they are essentially those, so don't overcomplicate it too much. If you're sitting at home going, what do they mean? Just mean a tier of sorts. I'm going to make the assumption for both of us that it's not going in self-storage, so we don't need to have that conversation. And we can skip straight to the meat and potatoes in terms of an official grading for Resident Evil Requiem. So, Mr. Adkins, Steam version.
Steam version for me. I'm exactly the same as what you said, where when I finished this game, and let me say, I said it earlier, when I first played as Leon, I cheered. When I completed this game, I did a big cheer as well. So if you'd have asked me to review it the night of the day, the night or the day of completing this game, I would have given this game a platinum. I think how I felt after finishing it and overall experience, I would definitely given it a platinum. But like you say, giving it time to breathe and understanding it, the hype comes down and the real true colours show, I'm settled on a gold.
A gold for Resident Evil Requiem from Adkins. For me, so let's rule out the platinum. It was never. It wasn't close to that. Immediately finishing it, I was like, "This is gold material for sure." And then as time went on, I thought about it. And although it dipped somewhat, it's still top drawer in many aspects, and therefore it retains its gold. So it wasn't a full drop down at all. The problems I have, I think, they're very small in comparison to the overall experience. Like, we'll always hyper focus on the stuff we don't like. It's just natural. But there's plenty more. There's much more of this game to love and like than there is to. There's nothing bad. It's absolutely nothing bad. There's nothing average. There's some things that are good. There's some things I'm like, I wish you'd done more of that. But then that's what the platinums are sitting there for. They're waiting for them to come along with a dual protagonist campaign where you're constantly going back and forth, and there's lots of crossover in items and things like that. That's there. That's the plate given to them.
I wonder if that is, because of the reception of this game, I wonder if that is now the route they will take, and maybe we do get that.
Yeah, we do get it one day.
Who knows?
That's an option for them to explore more. They had a go. They explored it, but I think you could do much more bigger portion of the game to do that. The story stuff, they're playing the hits, but I ain't gonna lie, I still fucking enjoyed it. I was still fucking smirking, going,
Yeah.
It's
Very
ridiculous, but that's
intrigued.
it's not The Last of Us. Like we've said, there's some comparisons to The Last of Us in tone and whatnot, but there's no way you stand up those two stories. They're aiming for two different things. They're not trying to be that. It is what it. Leon's one-liners are just. This might be the best of the lot in this game. Constantly, he wants a second opinion for God's sake off a doctor. It's a zombie. I mean, how can you? You don't get any better one-liners than that. I'm afraid.
No, exactly.
So he's firing on form. And you got Grace. Shouldn't really be in the FBI, but she is. Excusing that, she's fucking making me nervous just by breathing. And it's all done intentionally, and it all works. So excellent video game when it comes down to it. And
we're now confirmed DLC in development.
Yeah,
Story
I do hope
DLC.
that they aren't like Village, because Village was released in May, and the DLC came October of the following year.
Oh, really? Well, we did say don't expect it soon. So,
Well, I think with Village, they went, I wasn't expecting this to be popular, so we wasn't planning on doing it.
Oh, really?
So they might. I think they only started it once. I hope there was a bit more, brave here. So hopefully by the end of the year, because that was hard to go back to, but definitely up for that for sure.
And a new mini game. I don't know what that's going to be.
Is that a mercenaries mode? Maybe
Might be mercenaries.
Is that a mini game? That feels like a.
Don't know. That feels like,
more than a mini game to me.
What do we have? The old shooting gallery in Resident Evil 4, something maybe that.
Maybe
Who
like
knows
that,
what we're going to get?
I'll have a little dabble. I'll jump back on it and see what's going. Well, as promised, we're going to do a little bit of a ranking of the games from 7, if you're happy with that, because I don't think there's any value in going back to 6. Big old gap as well. I mean, if we ignore Revelations and Umbrella Corps, it's 2012 to 2017. So that's craft. So just for the record, we've got 7, 2 remake, 3 remake, Village, 4 remake, Requiem.
Right.
So we can just start in the order they came out. So start in the oldest one, then just say So 7 just goes. That's like the starting point. Right. So we're going to go above or below Requiem. 7 Biohazard. So for me, 2 remake above. Above 7. Not by much actually.
This is the one. I need to play it again. 2. This is the struggle. Really like it. Oh, 2 is very good. 2 is very good. No, maybe it just pips it then.
It just pips it. The only reason I put that, I think 7. We'll get to it. Free remake. That's below Daylight. In fact, I'll go out on a limb and say that's the bottom of the barrel of all of them. But it's not even bad. It's just that you charge full whack for that. And it was short. Yeah.
They cut a lot out of it as well from the original. So
that was the anti-nostalgia bait. That was like, fuck you. You're not going to have your clock towers. You're not having it.
You're not having half of it. Piss off.
So that for me is going to stay bottom of the barrel. I assume the same for you. So where does Village go?
Village goes below for me.
Yeah. Above 3, but below 7.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 remake.
4 goes top.
Top of the barrel. I'm going to put it...
It's going to scrape 2nd or 3rd.
I'm going to put it above 7, below 2 remake.
Below 2.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Has to go there. And then Requiem.
So for me...
It's below 3.
It's below 3. So for me, it's
below 6 as well. I didn't like Grace. She's too nervous.
Maybe just below 2 for me, but that's an argument for. In my head, it's on par with 2. But for me, in my realm, Well, you've got two as top daddy.
Two's top daddy. That's not going to compete.
No.
I'm not allowing it. I've ruled it out.
Yeah. Say that's daddy then. Yeah. Then I see. I love 4. And 4 just pipped it as well. See, it's just below then for me. What have you got? Have you got Resi 4 as second?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this will go third for me.
Go third. So it gets the podium.
It's on the podium.
Well, that youngling, Antonelli.
Yeah, so it goes. Yeah.
So now I've got a choice of where to put it. It ain't going to get 2. It ain't going to get 4. It really does boil down to 7.
7, yeah. See, I liked it more than 7, but that's just like 7 was incredible. But
7 does have one really, what I would say is a bad section in it.
It also hasn't got any enemy. Yeah, that boat. Yeah, it hasn't got enemy variety either. No. It's just those fucking mold flops. The old game.
Yeah, but that's the best. Some of the best boss battles.
A boss, but yeah.
I will say on Requiem, decent. Yeah. Again, more substance. No, sorry, more style over substance, or more perhaps nostalgia plays than actual. Yeah. But fine, I'm not one of these people that needs like amazing boss battles. They're nice when they're there, but so I think so, right?
Quite easy as well. I'd say it's quite easy.
Put it on insanity, mate, and then no heals, no save run. I take it you played it on modern, normal.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, I did it on modern standard. I'd like to go through. I think it's only Grace you have the typewriter thing, isn't it?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
the ink ribbons.
Ink ribbons. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going for that just to get those trophies. But 7 by far atmospheric. But Resident Evil for me is third person, so that always gets a sting from me. But
yeah, I'm going to put Requiem above 7 for sure because there's an actual bad section in 7. Like that boat is just an absolute shocker. Absolute stinker for everyone involved. So that will do it. As I said, Requiem, I don't think it's bad in any area.
No.
Perhaps long in the tooth in certain areas.
Do you like 7 more than Village then?
Yeah. Because 7 was their... I think Village suffered from it being 7 but more and a bit more action.
Yeah.
Like it'd already been done. I was already familiarised myself with the fucking werewolves running around. Like again, that's quite unique.
Yeah.
They're all really good. Like, that's the thing. They are all really good.
They are.
7 benefits from it being the first of this new first-person breed for sure. Village, even with that hub, like Village that you keep going back to. Well, it's got those. So it's got all sorts of things to be. Yeah, they're all really good. 3 is even good for its own right, but I'm going to stick with that. So I've got 2 remake, 4 remake, Requiem, 7, Village, 3. You've got 4 remake, 2 remake, Requiem, 7, Village, 3.
Yeah.
Can't say fairer than that.
No. How long do you think 3 took me? 6 hours.
Yeah,
3.
that is a short one.
That is a short one, isn't it?
It's a short little one, but we'll see. Right. I think we're done.
There we go. We're done.
That's it. Early contender for Game of the Year. Yeah, I like to get this in early. It sets a little watermark. I'm like, well, that's what you got to beat, lads. Now, if you're going to be coming out in this year of 2026, Requiem's a good watermark. Might not be beaten.
Yeah.
Because
it's interesting to see. What is it, Game of the Year on Jeff's shows? It's 6. Is it 6 games?
I think so, yeah.
For the Game of the Year? Noms. Yeah. 6 noms. So, it'd be interesting to see if it stands the test of time. I mean, we're already getting heavy hitters already.
We need that Grace bloody Ashcroft to make sure she gets nominated for performance. I worry that this... Because sometimes the people that get nominated for that is because the story's good. Whereas the stories that aren't fucking Claire Obscure or this thought-provoking, like, they don't get the same traction. Right. It'll be like, it's just Resident Evil. But there is a really fucking great performance here. So that needs to be sorted out, I think.
Yeah.
Who is the actress? Just to shout her out. Because...
What is her name?
Oh, God. Angela Sant Albano. Born Angela Ashton.
Yeah.
Some voice and motion capture. There's you unlock extra bonus things when you finish the game. There's a behind the scenes video.
Yes, I did start to watch that. Yeah,
you see the facial capture, and we don't see it in first person because the cameras. That's why I want to play third person, because I assume those cinematic moments will be. You'll see a facial capture, but she's fucking going for it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Even the old Hopper, he is as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In the first couple of scenes.
Leon don't look how Leon should be, I'd say. That's not what I expected Leon to look like with his voice. I was like, who's this fella? It's not Leon.
Leon. Bless him.
Right. Resident Evil Requiem done. Double gold from Adkins and myself. PS5 Pro and Steam. So you've got your console and your PC covered. If you're on Xbox, be the same. Well, actually, it won't on PS5 Pro because that does have the bells and whistles, but it still will be.
You have to wait for Healy for that one.
Yeah, you have to pay 1,200 quid and play it on that, it looks like. But that's that. Anyway, as always, we'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Sword of the Sea. Evan, back with the permanent Japan dweller. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right. That's correct. Unless they take it away from me for not paying my taxes, which legally they can.
Have you been paying your taxes? Not to pry, but...
I have.
Okay,
Sometimes I pay them late. Hopefully that does not affect my permanent residency, so we'll see.
So do you have to pay that because your permanent residency, is it because you're not Japanese citizen, or is that just how the country works, that you pay your own taxes? Because over here, if you're on PAYE, if you're employed by someone, it's done for me. It happens, it comes out my pay slip and I'm sorted.
Right. Like that is the logical version of this whole system. When I come from the States where you have to do your own taxes, which makes absolutely no sense, because
so even if you're employed by someone, so if you're not a contractor, if you're a full-time employee, you still have to mess around with that.
I mean, that's what I did. They sell all of that, basically what results or adds up to like accounting software. But in Japan, it's the same as the UK, where it goes through your company. I'm specifically talking about a city tax. I don't know if you have such a thing. It's different from like a land tax, where it's a quarterly payment. And you get these little slips that'll say like Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 on them with a due date. And months will pass and I'm like dig through my closet and be like, oh, Q2. Oh wait, this is due a month and a half ago. And usually you'll get a slip in the mail, but I've been consistently late on the payments, but I don't know if that has anything. I should probably pay that on time. You don't want to give them a reason to revoke your permanent residency. But having a kid basically all guarantees that nothing like that would happen. If you were single, maybe they could be a bit more strict with you, but they wouldn't want to, break up a family. No. Unlike some other places.
So, not to dwell on this, but does that amount change each quarter, or is it different? Does it fluctuate, or is it locked in for like a certain amount of time?
It's basically, it's a flat, you can pay for the whole thing if you want. Let's just say it's probably like anywhere between rough exchange rates, maybe like 1,800 pounds, maybe something like that. Anywhere from 1,500 to 8. It depends on how much you make.
Interesting.
It's linked to, but when it's split quarterly, like evenly. Yes. So you can just do it by the quarter or do the single payment. Because it's so much money, I would just rather do it quarterly. But you don't accrue any interest. No, it's just a flat fee. Yeah.
Because we have council tax here, which I think is kind of similar, and it's related to where you live. So if you're part of a location, you'll be part of a council for the area, and then your house. So it's done on your property. It's supposed to be done, I guess, the value of the house or something around what amenities your property's got. It'll be in a band A, B, C, D, E, or whatever, and that will determine how much you pay annually, and they split it monthly.
So monthly, that would be nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you can pay for it up front. Even I think they make you pay for it every month, but usually every year it'll say this year it's going to be, and it's about £1,200, £1,500 maybe, and you'll pay that throughout the year for council tax.
It's quite similar, given how strong the pound is to the yen. That might equal about what I pay in a year. Seems like
and supposedly it's to fix roads in the area and keep the infrastructure running, bins being collected, all that sort of stuff that apparently happens. But it does happen. The bins do get collected weekly. We talk about that quite often on this podcast. We love a bin chat. So
I just listened to that podcast actually. When you I think when you emailed me about today, I was listening to the part where you guys were talking about that. Like, oh, okay. Little did I know.
I won't ask about the bins.
Continue the conversation.
Japan, whether it's much different, but I hope there's some sort of collection, or is it all self-service?
There's no bins. You have this is really good content, by the way. You have a specific garbage bags.
Yep.
That you separate that you have to buy. It's from the city, but you can buy them in like any supermarket, but they're marked. It's a specific one, and there's separate ones for plastics, glass and aluminum, or aluminium, as you would say, and then burnable garbage.
Okay.
And there's no room for bins anywhere in this neighborhood, so
no.
Some people have little like storage units out where you just, dump the plastic bag full of cans or plastics or garbage and keep them in there until the day. And it's like a 3-second walk from my house to where like the allotted area is. The crazy thing about this is because they're not actual bins, the crows in Japan, they're huge, by the way. I didn't notice that. When my brother came and we were walking through a park, he was like, holy fuck, these crows are big. And then I went online and I like saw I'm like, these crows are huge. But we know that they're really smart creatures, and they they can communicate with each other. They know when the burnable garbage days are. And sometimes when I'm riding to the station, I ride to the train station on my bicycle, they are just tearing the shit out of that garbage, and there'll just be like food all over the street. And a lot of places will have like netting that you have to put over the parts where you put the garbage, and some of them have like these little cages, and those crows keep finding ways to get around that. It's actually a pretty big problem. Luckily, I'm in just a very enclosed little cul-de-sac area, and by cul-de-sac, from my front door to the person across the street's front door is probably a 10-step walk. Just not a lot of land, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, the crows don't come around this area, so we don't have rice and orange peels and stuff strewn about the road when they're picking apart the burnable garbage bags. But it's pretty. So like, if you ever come to Japan and you see that stuff, like, it's not humans digging through the garbage; it's the crows picking through the plastic and getting the leftovers from people's dinner.
I have to speak to more people in the world about their bin culture, because no one seems to have a solution where animals don't just destroy it. If it's not crows, it's fucking foxes over here ripping through the garbage bins and leaving crap everywhere.
Seem to have a big fox population. I was walking through a church. Where was this? Something on Thames. I don't know. It was my friend's mom's place. We walked through a little church. I was surprised that there's actually, like in the movies, like in a gothic horror movie, there's like a cemetery in the church. It's like, no, that really exists. I didn't know that. Like, I was amazed. I felt like I was on a movie set, which sounds ridiculous, but my friend and I were walking through there, and we just saw a little fox walking through the cemetery. Yeah. Even in the city, I was surprised.
Yeah.
The States is more of like a raccoon problem. With their opposable thumbs, they can open lids, so even the proper bins with the lids aren't safe from these creatures.
Bloody hell. Maybe there's a gap in the market to sort everyone's bin culture out. Worldwide issue. Just start a charity up or something.
That's why we just need to spread the information, try to figure it out.
Exactly. That's what everyone tunes in for. Anyway, Sword of the Sea, developed by Giant Squid, came out in 2025. So Giant Squid are interesting. They've had 3 games overall now. We've got Absu, the Pathless, and now Sword of the Sea. Just winding back a little bit, I know you've played the Pathless, which you're quite high on. You can, obviously, if you want to share some high-level thoughts, please do. But going back to 2016, did you play Absu back in the day and run through that at all? Or was it just the Pathless and now Sword of the Sea?
No, I've finished all 3 of their games.
Nice.
Journey, I ended up getting to, which is where a lot of these people came from, right?
Yes.
Even the artist worked on Journey, the main artist. Love Journey, I got to it way late, so I wasn't. It wasn't during the zeitgeist of that game and everyone discovering it at the time. But I think it's probably one of the best, probably maybe a top 20 game for me. Just impact and how unique it was and the visual style, and it seemed like Abzu was the ocean version of Journey's sand gameplay, and I loved it. And again, it's a really chill game that's about, it's not about challenge, it's more about exploration and visuals and just moments of wonder, and I just thought it was an absolutely beautiful game. And I like every now and then, I'm sure there's a million indie games out there that focus their gameplay doesn't revolve around chest high walls and shooting people. I get that this stuff exists, but even at a slightly higher level of visibility, it is nice when you get a game that just feels different and it's not about punching or shooting or all the most popular mechanics, which I also like. And so I like playing these games. And the Pathless does have fighting and action gameplay in it, where Abzu is more about exploring an ocean. The Pathless might also be a top 25 game for me. I remember after I played it, and I played it late, I went back and I watched reviews. It doesn't seem like everyone was that blown away by it like I was. But I think it is the one game, you know how you'll see a game that has a specific mechanic and you're everyone's going to copy that. The what was the loading in Gears of War called?
Active reload. Yeah.
The active reload. And I know that's a mechanic and not a design philosophy per se. But after Shadow of the Colossus, I felt a ton of these games are going to come out, and no one could make it, or no one wanted to make it, except for that Pray for the Gods game, which I played and I fucking hate.
Yeah,
it sucks. the path, when Breath of the Wild came out, I'm all these games are gonna. This is the way open world games moving forward should be, because it's just so much better than what Ubisoft. It's finally someone figured out that there's a different way to do open world.
Yeah,
and the Pathless was the first game that I played that, to me, felt like they understood what Nintendo was doing with Breath of the Wild, where there's just these moments where you're going, you have your goal ahead of you, and you're oh wait, what's that over there? And you go to this location because something popped out at you, and there's a little puzzle there, and you do it, and you just feel rewarded for noticing something was off. I thought the arrow kind of puzzles were great, where you'd shoot an arrow and it'd bounce to light torches and stuff, and I thought the movement, the constant movement with your hawk felt great. I actually liked the boss battles. Looking at what was it? The trailer, it looked like one of those games where the boss battles are going to be annoying. There's a bit of stealth involved. I thought they were all varied and nice, and it just blew me away. So I was really looking forward.
You can stroke the eagle or the.
You can.
Is that eagle the same size as those crows that you've got over there?
It might be. I'm surprised there hasn't been a weird Japanese developer like the Katamari people who's made a crow game. They made that fucking mosquito game on PlayStation 1 where you're a mosquito zipping around trying to suck blood out of the family in the house. How has no one made this crow game where you're trying to pick the guard? It seems like this. Maybe this game is made. I have to find out, but. The leading up to Sword of the Sea, I was really excited for Sword of the Sea because I loved both of their games that are quite different, although visually, kind of connected. When you see one of their games, it's them.
Yeah.
For both good and bad, I think. But how about for you? Like leading up to Sword of the Sea, did you play both of these games?
Yeah. So I played Abzu back in the day, and I really liked it. You know what? I'd forgotten that it was the guys from Journey until you mentioned it, and I was like, of course, that's the reason why I played Abzu, because I'd played Journey, then heard about the art director from Journey, and I think Flower also. It kind of some of those guys had split off and done their own thing. And I was like, oh yeah, I love under the sea sort of stuff, you know, Jaws.
We don't get a lot of
sharks in it. Like, yeah, this is gonna be. I remember playing for it, and I think I really, really liked it at the time. But I look back now and think I don't feel as strongly about it at all. So I don't know what happened there. I don't know if just time eroded that, or whether I overhyped it or felt like it was better than it was. Sometimes games that I think are great and then don't have the staying power, I always wonder why I'm not as high on them. So that might be worth a revisit one day, but it probably never will because there's a million games out there. And
there's
then
no platinum trophy, so there's no need to revisit it.
Wow. Well, what sort of blunder is that?
Trophy for Journey either. I don't understand.
Journey, what was that? 2012. So they had trophies by then. I suppose it wasn't. I think from the PS4 generation onwards, you had to have a platinum trophy. Surely, like PS3, I'll let people. You know, it came in halfway through, blah, blah, blah. We didn't know it was going to be an important thing. But by the time the PS4 comes around, which Absu was, 2016, you have to have pulled your finger out there. So, yeah, or maybe I won't go back then. No need to do that. And then the Pathless I played not too long ago, and I liked it. I agree with the the puzzles on it and the reward that you get for completing the puzzles or going into the little chambers and the slightly larger ones. I really, really enjoyed that. I didn't enjoy the boss battles or what I hated the most were the storms where you'd get, I don't know if you even whisked away now, but you'd have to wait for you have to stay out of the boss, or it was a boss, I guess, the creature's kind of field of view, and get back to the eagle posing as a crow or whatever it was, and kind of rescue it. Those bits I didn't like when they were just because I would be going towards. Oh, I've just seen this little relic or tomb I want to go to, and then the fucking storm would somehow come over to me, and I didn't want to deal with it off my own terms. I wanted to just choose that, and then the boss encounters I found good, but I wasn't there for that. So at that point, when they started popping up more, not that they pop up more, but there's always one per sort of level, I guess, if you want to call it that. I was kind of disinterested in those towards the back end. But the other stuff I really enjoyed. It's just that I would have preferred if it was more, almost all exploration, because I think you're right about the design of the world and the puzzle solving, while simple, still got those complexities that once you've kind of learned the basics, you realise that there's 100 ways in which they could use the puzzles, and they often do. But I kept getting annoyed by the combat part. So kind of a mixed bag, but overall enjoyed it and liked the game. And then, Sword of the Sea I got to a bit later. I think because actually I wanted to play the Pathless before Sword of the Sea. So I hadn't actually played. By the time Sword of the Sea released in 2025, I hadn't played the Pathless. So I was like, I want to get the steps here. I want to see what's happening. In hindsight, didn't really need to do that because it's a very different game. I'm actually quite surprised at the changes. Not the changes, but it seems some ways less ambitious than the Pathless.
They reined some aspects in where what they expanded on whatever Journey and Abzu into the Pathless to make it more of like a traditional, to include traditional video game mechanics. Yeah, they did pull back on that for this one. Yeah,
which I kind of. I just said that parts of the game, the Pathless, I didn't like, probably pull back on. They certainly do here, but then they didn't. We kind of, in my view, at a high level, I think they missed the special parts of the Pathless that weren't present in Absu even, but these puzzle solving elements were lacking for Sword of the Sea. So they kind of pulled back and then lost some of the special sauce, in my opinion, of what the Pathless had. But we'll talk about Sword of the Sea. Again, this was on PlayStation Plus Extra, another day one launch. I assume that's what you played it on. That's certainly what I played it on. I didn't go out and buy this thing. It was there, so I downloaded it. 20 UK pounds on the PSN store. I think it was Burko said it's more expensive on the Steam store, ironically, which was a strange thing to see.
That's weird.
He was complaining about that, saying it's too expensive. I think it was like maybe $30, which does seem a little bit heavy, but you know, he should have got a PlayStation. Told him. But
Wait,
yeah, did you play this on
Extra?
Extra? No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember when. I believe I first heard of the game before we knew that it was coming to Extra, and then in one of the showcases it popped up that it's coming to Extra. I'm like, oh, that's great. I'm gonna play it as soon as it comes out. I loved everything that they had made up until that point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, we've spoken about we saw the Tonys and Skate, and then obviously Skate Story in a previous conversation. As soon as I started playing this, I was like, "Oh, this is a skateboarding game almost." Like, it's not. It's more of a snowboarding if you want to be really pedantic. But you're on a vehicle that travels around, and it kind of gave me that feeling of an old stylized Tony's game. And I was like, "Oh, this is actually quite a pleasure just to move around and get playing." I don't know where I'm going with that. It just sort of popped into my mind. But
it is interesting that all of their games, one of the main focuses is on forward momentum. It's kind of it's weird. Like, they haven't had a game where you just kind of walk around. It's all about keeping things going and constantly moving in some kind of unique way. And it's skateboarding or surfing or swimming, I guess. Although Abzu's a bit slower, but still, the momentum, fluid movement is always something that seems like they've. Even something like Flower, it's like kind of a similar idea. You know, Journey as well. Like, you get to the top of a sand dune, you slide down. Yeah, all that stuff is important. It's interesting that they've kind of focused on that for all of their games.
Yeah, I am. So immediately when I picked it up and started just moving around the world, I was like, I like this. And you're right, it's more surfing than skateboarding. That's absolutely the right analog to draw. But we know you're high on the Pathless. What did Sword of the Sea do well? And what did it do not so well in your eyes when you compare it against something like the Pathless, which you hold in high regard?
I wonder if it's a studio where they realize that their games are very, very similar in a lot of ways, and they're not going to care that people might feel that they're too similar, because in this game there is a moment right in the beginning where it all opens up and the sunlight comes in and you see a mountain that's clearly marked by the sun. Like, this is Journey. Like, they're not even they're not worried that anyone's. There are a lot of ways to have that moment, because you start off in a cave, and you know, it's the classic Breath of the Wild thing, where that moment where you're on the plateau and then you see the entire world, and they're like, instead of doing something different to kind of communicate to you immediately, like, this is visually similar to what we've made, but this is different.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we're actually going to basically do the same thing. It's not that I'm disappointed by that, but it's kind of weird that they're. It is a game that you see right away and like, oh, this looks like Journey. And not only that, they're going to communicate to you that, like, no, you're trying to get to the mountain at the top, which is exactly what Journey does at the beginning of that game. It's kind of weird in a way. I don't know. Maybe they're just not concerned, or they want people to be reminded of Journey because it's been, 13 years since it came out?
Yeah.
It's not like it's a recent game, nor do games like these come out very often. It's like very specific to the studio. I think visually it's great. It does have a lot of the structure and kind of scaffolding as Journey, more than even their own studio's games, where it does take place in a desert, but what if the desert under the dunes, it was actually a giant ocean is kind of what they're going for. And you will kind of explore this area and get to this, I don't know, this kind of rock structure, and then a giant picture appears on it that kind of tells you the story of what's going on. I mean, this happened in Journey as well. It is interesting how like they haven't found another, because when I play Journey, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Like there's enough here where I can kind of get what happened without the game having any dialogue or specifically telling you what happened, and it's satisfying. But they keep doing the same thing over and over in that regard. The Pathless was the one that did diverge and tried to do things new. Abzu did also have the same thing where you go into a cave, and then this kind of cave painting would appear, and it's kind of telling you about like maybe what happened to the world. There was a flood or something like that. But they keep going back to that, and there has to be a point where they have to try something completely new. Because if they do it for a fourth game, I think people are going to start to make fun of it.
I liked that the Pathless kind of set you up with words. It was like, there's a curse, you're sent out to fix it, and I was like, okay, that's great. I don't need to spend half the game wondering what we're even trying to do. I think I like a bit of pretension in games, but I've got less tolerant of it over storytelling, where they're like, well, we don't really want to tell you, we want to show you. I'm like, can you just give me something to go on? I don't want to be shown or told everything, but I want at least the foundations to be somewhat clear, because I have a problem sometimes of understanding why I'm even doing things, and they're like, well, you'll find out at the end, and then the ending sequence is a load of colours, and you think, well, I don't even know what happened at all here. I'm not speaking specifically about Sword of the Sea here, but in general, I play too many of these games where I spend half the game wondering why I'm even doing what I'm doing, and then it doesn't come together at the end, and I'm like, okay, I don't understand that. Whereas the Pathless, it was like, no, here's what's going on at a really base level. Here's your purpose. Off you go. You're going to find other things in the world that are going to tell you about this. But at least if I sign off for the night, I know what I'm working towards.
I guess in this game, once you'll see like the cave paintings, there actually is text for you to read that kind of talks about the Great Serpent and all these types of things. So they're adding a little bit of it, but it's also like through no fault of their own. Journey was such a unique experience that every indie game after it copied the cave painting storytelling.
Became the template of what you need to do.
Yeah. Even though like, okay, I keep saying Journey, even though that Giant Squid didn't make Journey, but if we're going to put all four of these games together, it's only 4 games in 12 years, so it's not like they are just shoveling out the same shit. There's you do have a bit of downtime in between their games, but because there are so many games that do this, it feels like it keeps happening. Yeah, and that's not necessarily their fault. But yeah, it would be nice if it's like, okay, we've done this. Let's try to actually inject a bit of story and just tell the audience what is going on. But on the other hand, I guess maybe you know enough about what's going on. It's more about the atmosphere and the sense of exploration and the visuals. I did like with Journey, a lot of the momentum really relied on like manipulating the sand dunes and making sure you're sliding down. Yeah. And a lot of that was like locked to specific sections, and then it would stop, and then you just kind of have to platform regularly. I do like that this game feels faster and you can get around really quickly. And because you're kind of on a surfboard that will launch you up in the air, if you have a lot of momentum, it did open the world up a bit more vertically for you to explore. And like that first section where there's basically, you have to follow the giant chains that are going up towards the mountain. Yeah. And so each of the chains kind of spread out into an east area and a west area. I really like that area. And it's one of those games that like, it knows that you're going to run around or, surf around and explore. So it kind of packs little secret areas into kind of like every corner. So if you think that there's something up here and to the left and you get enough momentum to pop up there, you're usually rewarded with something. Yeah. Albeit even if it's like, the gold you collect, which I don't think got enough gold to give to that guy at the end of the game. That was kind of annoying.
No, I didn't. I felt like I'd done a lot of exploration as well. But
I stayed in those areas for a really long time trying to find everything, and then I looked at the trophies, and it's like there's like a secret like frog or something in each area, and I only found 2 of 6 or something. I was kind of disappointed in myself because I thought I did a good job of like poking and prodding every location.
Yeah,
it does kind of have a color palette that it sticks with, but I did appreciate how it did change up the areas in fun ways, especially towards the end where there are those ships that keep going in the sky and you keep like riding the chains up to like those islands, and then it goes to like this Tower of Babylon, and then there's like a chain going between the 2 towers, and then once you get up there you can look down and see like how far you've gone since the beginning of the level, and I loved all of that stuff. I don't know, like how did you feel about the game going into it and first impressions after the Pathless?
Because of my frustrations with some of the combat and stealth things of the Pathless, I really appreciated just how, like, if I describe a palette cleanser for me, I don't want to be really pushed back on if I can help it. I don't mind racking my brains for puzzles or for platforming or things like that, but I don't want to be necessarily tested in a way that is annoying for me. So this is like, you know, you draw up 5 things for a palette cleanser. This being actually relaxing to play always was a tick in the box. It was enjoyable. I loved the way the DualSense felt moving through the sand or whatever. It's one of those games where I think the controller is genuinely, I love it, because I played so many games on the Xbox where, at least early on in the generation, where I'd go and play something, it'd feel really empty. Like there's something missing. I was like, it's because the rumble's not, like the whatever they called it, haptic feedback's not operating. They don't have it. And I hadn't really...
I remember thinking the Nintendo Pro Controller had like great rumble. And then, you know, I got the PlayStation 5 and I kept away from the Switch for so long, and just was so used to how great the DualSense was. And then I had to ship off my PlayStation 5 for repairs. And then I went back to the Pro Controller. I'm like, this feels like shit.
Yeah, it's you only notice it when you go from one to the other. Like it's and people that haven't played it either will always sort of roll their eyes and be like, "Oh, it's just rumble." And I'm like, "You're right," but it does. I don't know. There's a bit of feedback there that I miss when games don't do it, or that when I play on a platform that doesn't have it. Even so much that if I play something on PC now on a controller base, I will plug the DualSense in, and a lot of the time it will have some level of haptic configured for it. So yeah, so I really liked that. And you're right about the exploration. There's just they've done a good job of packing away secrets and things, and you did feel rewarded for going out of your way. I looked at some of the areas and I could see, I can get there. I can never work out how to, and I was like, that's a sign to me of like a good deep level design and design of the environment. I wasn't so happy that once you went past an area you couldn't go back. You were kind of locked from that. At least I'm misremembering it, but the environment, you couldn't cycle back and start to like explore again. And I don't think I realised that until I passed the first one. I was like, oh shit, I would have spent more time. Had I known that, I'd have spent more time just doing a bit more here, because now I'm going to have to play the game again if I want to go through and get those bits. So I would have liked an option to be able to just sort of naturally in my playthrough go back, but narratively it probably wouldn't have made sense because of, you know, the changes that you make as a player. But that would have just enhanced a bit of the exploration for me, because I'd have spent much more time going back to some of the levels.
Yeah, that would have been nice. I think sometimes they didn't necessarily like signposts that this is the point of no return for the area.
Yeah.
Some were a bit more obvious, but that did happen to me as well, where I'd crossed the threshold and then I was in the new area. I'm like, oh, I can't go back.
Yeah.
It is annoying when you're trying to collect everything.
Yeah. I don't try and get everything, but I hate that feeling of like, oh shit, that's it now. And then for the next zone, I'm like, well, I can't get everything anyway on this playthrough, so I might then be a bit more, not skip stuff, but won't be as engaged with doing it. It's just one of those things that, I would have liked it being obvious that, once you do this, you won't be coming back unless you restart the game. But yeah, I love the way the game felt. I love the way the game moved, and it's got a trick system in it, which I found bizarre. I was like, what? I don't know what this is.
Do you think that,
here.
like, at some point they wanted to make that into something more, and then they just realized that maybe having some sort of scoring system would kind of go against the focus on the exploration, so then they just siphoned off that into like those little kind of like timed kind of like half pipe sections? I think that might have been what happened.
Yeah, I think so. I think that someone, maybe they had it relating to some sort of part of the challenges that were on the critical path, and then someone was like, you're just going to frustrate people. Going back to my earlier point about this being enjoyable and relaxing, that would have completely changed the game for me, and I would have been
I think so, yeah. I agree that they shouldn't have included it. Was a good idea not to include that into the main.
Yeah. I'm fine with it being on the side. Like you said, there's just, you earn extra gold for that weird little goblin or whatever he is, and he takes your money and gives you tricks or whatever back. And they weren't too hard either, actually. I remember I did, for the first time I came across one, it was like 12,000 points. I was like, oh, fucking hell. But actually, you can, once you get to those bouncing orbs, you can almost string the tricks together for the whole timer and then just land it, and it'll be like 4 million, like well above what's required.
It's very forgiving with the gold medal or the equivalent of the time you need to beat.
Yeah. But no, I would say I liked it.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Just before I forget, I just wanted to mention one of the most impressive and visually stunning things in this game is, basically like there's a desert that operates like an ocean. It has waves, and what you're doing is like returning the water to this kind of dried up land. And once you activate these pillars, the water comes forth. The way that the sand is moving like waves initially, but once you activate these, I don't remember what they are, but the water shoots out and it'll create these paths. The visual of like looking at the ground and like on the side seeing the sand, but then looking down and you can see the ocean and all the ocean life swimming under the sand. I thought it looked absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
it's just beautiful. Like such a stark contrast. It's a very, very beautiful game.
It's quite, well, I don't know if it's impressive, but it's certainly they have a knack for this sort of stuff. I think all their games have. You said they've got a similar art style, and I tend to agree. You kind of know them, but they're actually all the landscapes, at least, are very different. The environments feel different. Just the detail they put in there, like you mentioned there, is just, you don't normally see that in these sort of games, that level of detail being incorporated. But they've got a knack for environmental art, if you want to call it that. It's something that I appreciate. Again, like, it goes back to this vibe of like, this is just, it's ticking all the boxes every time I go further and further into the game. This is what I want from a palate cleanser.
Yeah, and I don't want to, like, when you see one of their games, you can tell it's theirs. But I guess I do want to make it clear that I don't think that's a bad thing, because as you said, between Abzu and the Pathless and Sword of Sea, they are very different looking games, but you can tell that there's some sort of visual look that ties them together. And that's got to be hard, to be an artist that has a style, but to make each of your games look different enough to have some sort of its own identity. And I think it does that. And it just the play between the water and the sand, and how you could be in the sand in one section and then pass over this stream of water and look, and it's like, oh no, beneath the sand there is an ocean and it's full of ocean life. I just thought it looked really, really cool. And later in the game they change it up, and the areas you're going in, and I did like all of that stuff.
Yeah,
kept it fresh. I think the length was good. It didn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah, how long do you think you clocked in on your first playthrough? Because you sound like you went into it a bit more in depth for me, where you was getting a bit of a, a stick
like 5
trying
hours?
to clear downs. What was that? Sorry.
Maybe 5.
Yeah, I think I was nearly 4. So, I mean, you could get through this game in 2 and a bit, maybe if you crit past.
I think there might be a speed run. There might be a speed run trophy to get through it in under. It's like under 3 or under 2 hours or something. But yeah, if you know what you're doing, you don't have to collect any of that stuff. You could probably get through this game pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I can see if you paid 20 quid, $30, whatever the yen equivalent was, you might feel a little bit hard done by on the length, but I don't know. It's better. We spoke about Skate Story. We had extra hours of bloat and padding that kind of took the game down a few notches for us. This is the better outcome if we're going to have to choose. And I don't even know if I needed or wanted more, in all honesty. I could have spent more time in the areas, like I said, to find the secrets, and I would have enjoyed that time. So actually, I think the runtime fit the game. Like, I was left probably wanting a little bit more, but I think that's good. I don't want to be burnt out and done with a game, when I finish them.
Yeah, I will say I have to separate my feelings on the final boss away from my want to platinum this game, because one of the trophies is you can't get hit by the final boss. And there's a specific section that's really hard to tell where the boss's attacks are coming from.
Yeah.
And the worst part about it is if you get hit and you restart, it starts you at the beginning of a cutscene that is about 3.5 minutes long. So if you want that platinum trophy, you're going to have to suffer through 3.5 minutes of that cutscene before you actually get to the fight, to where you're probably going to get hit again and restart it. And I knew that there was a trophy for that, so I kept restarting the boss, which was a terrible idea because the game is about being in the moment and it kind of like just soaking it all in, because it's supposed to be a spectacle. It's not supposed to be challenging.
No, yeah, that's it. That's correct.
Getting hit, you'll get hit, but the game doesn't want you to die, because it's not about challenge. It's about being in that spectacle, and the spectacle itself is amazing. And if I wouldn't have looked at the fucking trophies, I think there's a through line with all my reviews is that I'm ruining games for myself, whether it's trophy hunting or drinking. Luckily, I didn't have any beers when I beat this game. But yeah, I was really annoyed at the end of it because I was trying not to get hit by the boss. But if you're not worried about that stuff, which I think 99% of the people aren't, I thought it ended on a pretty special note, if I can separate my feelings on that.
That's why I do not look at trophies until after I finish the game. And then I
usually don't. I don't know why I did that. It was a big mistake. Because
then if I've missed something, I'm like, so be it. It's fine. It's not. If I've got to replay a certain section, I'm like, okay. But the alternative is this timeline that you found yourself in, where you knew there was a platinum trophy to be had, and you could make your life easier by doing this without getting hit perfectly. Which, to be honest, maybe on your first playthrough you wouldn't have expected to anyway. They probably didn't expect people to sit there and grind it out. Maybe on a subsequent playthrough, they'll be like, okay, you're much more experienced with the game now, and you'll know the tells. But yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow.
It's totally my fault. But yeah, I'm usually like you, where I won't look at trophies and I'll beat a game, and then I'll go back to see what I missed, and then I can determine whether it's worth going for the platinum or not. That's usually what I do. You know what? I think I'll throw. I think it's Stefan. I can throw him under the bus. You know what happened? I think he posted that there's a trophy for that, and I read it. So it's actually not my fault. It's his fault. I blame him, solely him, for ruining my experience with what should be, a very nice 3.5 hour, absolutely beautiful, easygoing, relaxing game.
Yeah, he's poisoned the well. That's something. Where did he post that? Was it in like Game Watch or just in the random general? Or do you know where it was?
He posted it in one of the more notable threads for me to see. I think he probably tagged me.
I mute things like Game Diary just in case, because I see a lot of things in there. I'm like, I don't want to know that. I'll come in and poke my oar in when I need to. But I think
he thought I'm guessing he thought he was helping me, but little did he know he ruined
your life for about 45 minutes.
Yeah,
that is funny. The way is to look at it afterwards, though, because also you can then look at it objectively and say, I've done the game to the best of my abilities, and if you see the there's bullshit trophies in there. You're like, well, that's bullshit. And now I haven't got to waste my energy doing it. And you can say, yeah, good game, but bullshit trophy list. Whereas you find out ahead of time. Someone did that to me on Death Stranding, and they misquoted what the trophy was. They said one of your individual objects has got to get 10,000 likes. And once I knew that, I was like, well, I have to get that trophy. Little did I know it was like 1,000 likes, and I'd already got the trophy. And I went through the whole game like trying to like. I was finding people's structures that had 50,000 likes, deleting them, then putting mine in there, hoping that would accumulate enough likes. It never did, and I was like, oh, it's really annoying me. Anyway, I finished the game, look at the trophy list. I'm like, I can't find this fucking trophy. It was Adkins, and I went back to him, and he went, oh yeah, it was only 1,000. I was like, you realise what you did to me throughout that playthrough? I was trying to create a fucking superstructure to get all these likes. So
he added a sort of the C's worth of game to your playthrough because you're trying to get a ridiculous amount of likes.
That was already
how close did you get? Do you remember?
Not close. I think I was like 1/5 of the way through, and I was like, this doesn't seem. I was really annoyed. I was like, this seems really unreasonable. You know, when you sit there and you're shaking your head, and I was like, this is because it's an online trophy. Right. I was like, this is impossible.
It is unreasonable.
Yeah, and I was like, our arms were crossed exactly like this, and I was like, this is bullshit. This is fucking bollocks. Checking back every day on my bridge that I'd put in, it wasn't ticking up. I was like, right, I'll delete it again, start again. Maybe it'll end up on a new server. And then then
you start getting mad at like the whole point of that game is to connect people. You start getting mad at these assholes that don't appreciate that you put this object in like the perfect spot. Like I'm fucking helping you. Why don't you appreciate me?
Oh dear. These trophies can be a problem. Anyway,
they are. It has hurt several of the games I've played, but yeah, overall
it's all a learning process. Sword of the Sea. Any other comments before we go into the formalities?
I don't know. One part of me wishes that it gave you a larger moveset, but maybe that would just overcomplicate things. I don't know. Because you'd collect gold to kind of upgrade your guy to do things, but it actually was more. It didn't really do anything. You just maybe like do a triple flip or something like that.
Yeah,
they would give you it. I don't know. Maybe it didn't really need something like that.
No, again, I think it's like maybe a hangover of someone saying this trick system's going to be really important. We need to make it unlockable, and then at some point they went, it's just going to be a side. Because that, like the upgrades, like you said, felt very much non-essential. Well, maybe there's a couple of things locked away, but there was no reason to really collect that gold other than, for collectible sake and to see what you was unlocking. There was no mechanical reason. Also, I do appreciate that because I would have been annoyed if I was not blocked, but you know how some games make the game very hard unless you have the right, unlockables or certain puzzles can be difficult. So I think the alternative might have turned me off a little bit. Yeah.
I wonder where they go from here, because if in terms of momentum, like where do you go to space?
Yeah. Why not? Imagine them coming out of a space world to explore. I mean,
I think that would be a natural progression. It's like every cheesy slasher horror franchise, you got to go to space by like the fourth game, and the next game will be their fourth game. So we'll see what happens.
You know, it'll be spacey hybrid. There'll be like waves of stars that you have to float through, and then there'll be creatures and whales coming out of it. It would be cool though. Tell
the story how we ruined the planet, so we had to escape to the stars to find a new home and all that environmentalist.
It's not. It's the crows and the foxes that ruin the planet, chucking off rubbish everywhere. They're the ones ruining it. We're happy just to dump it in the ground. It's fine, just sitting there, never decomposing, just using up land waste. It's fine. I'm
worried about Japan though. There's not a lot of space in this country.
No.
Where are they putting this stuff? In the mountains?
I don't know. I mean, Britain's not that big, but it has got a lot of empty space. Whereas, how much country is there in Japan compared to like city?
I don't know actually. I'm guessing Japan is bigger than the UK all combined, but I believe it's like 85% uninhabitable. So it's like you have 125 million people living on 15% of the land. And although it's like the UK is slightly smaller, it's only 60. Your population is like 60 million. It's less than half of what Japan has. So fewer people, a bit more open space.
Yeah,
not a lot of rolling hills in Japan. All of the lovely, if it's not a mountain region that can't be inhabited, all of the beautiful rolling hills have been turned into rice fields for agricultural purposes, which makes sense because there's not that much land to be had. No. And the rest are giant cities.
Yes. Wow.
Sword of the Sea.
Sword of the Sea. Maybe they'll solve that problem in the next game. What are we doing with this gallery rise then? We've got gaming's gallery of I can't remember what I call it now. Gaming's gallery of games. We can chuck it in. What's it called? The trunk storage? Is that what you called it?
The trunk room.
Trunk room. The trunk room. I'm going to put that as a slash so I can remember that in future.
I think Harry Potter's lives there.
Yeah. Let's put trunk room in now live. There we go. So you can go in the trunk room, or it can go into the gallery and forever be immortalised with your little signature on it of platinum, gold, silver, bronze. But we have Skate Store in the trunk room already, which people would have heard. So does Sword of the Sea save itself from this same fate of going in the trunk room alongside some other toot?
Put it at... part of me wants it to be bronze because of what happened to me at the end of the game, but instead of trying to make a statement, I should probably just be a bit real with myself, and I'll put it at a silver. Which is a step down from the Pathless. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It's his fault, not mine. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Then it's a certified silver. But I will say that that's a step down because for me the Pathless is a platinum. Yeah. I'm probably one of the few people that likes the game that much. So to drop from a platinum to a silver, but this is a studio that I am looking forward to their next project. And it's something that I would like to play day one for sure. And so that says a lot about the quality of the stuff they've put out.
Where would you put... Say if we've got Pathless at the top of their gaming catalogue so far. We'll scrap Journey. We'll just keep it on Giant Squid. Where does Absu fit in? Does that go above or below Sword of the Sea in this sort of Giant Squid league table?
I'd say it's like a sandwich. Like the bun is nothing to... Without it's silver, platinum, silver, probably.
Right. I see. Oh, nice. It's about the same par as Absu then. Give or take.
There's a film podcast that I listen to, and they, as a joke, they'll pre-watch films. So like currently they pre-watched Nolan's Odyssey at a 4.5 stars. It's a pre-watch.
Yeah.
So I will say my pre-play review would have been gold for Sword of the Sea based on the trailers. So
yes,
it is a step down from actuality.
So there's a tinge of disappointment there, slightly.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
A little bit. But silver is still a very respectable award, I think.
It's funny expectations how they not poison, but they can. You have a certain expectation if things don't meet it, even though they're good. You're always like, I was expecting a bit more.
Like, how pissed would you be a developer at Giant Squid who's made this absolutely beautiful... Like, how many games look like shit or play like shit or have bugs or all sorts, and you just make a game... That's the thing. Like, I didn't have any hitching issues. I didn't fall through the world.
No.
It just... Everything worked. It's such... It really is a very, very polished game. And they know it, and it is. And then I'm sitting here saying that... it's annoying because of the final. Like, how pissed would you? There's no way I could be a developer because I wouldn't be able to listen to anything any of these armchair journalists would say about the game,
and then decide, well, that's going to be a gold-rated game. Then it wasn't, and then they tried to platinum the last boss on the first run, and you'd be like,
right. And then they get an 89 on Metacritic, and then they don't get their bonuses because I'm a giant asshole. It's not fair.
It's not fair, but. That's the way the world is, unfortunately. I would agree. I'd put Sword of the Sea in as a silver as well. So I think on the rankings, if I was to rank the Giant Squid games now, it's very close between all three of them, in all honesty. I think they're all in the same same-ish pocket. I think I enjoyed Sword of the Sea more than the Pathless. Absu I played so long ago. Like, we're talking like nearly 10 years now. It's 2016. Like, I can't even remember.
To be honest, I don't remember much about it either.
No. But I looked at my grade history and it's sitting on a gold, so I must have loved it.
Oh.
But the staying, like I said, now I've looked back and the staying power's not there. And this might be recency bias with Sword of the Sea, but I'd probably put it just above it somewhere. They're very close, those three. I think I'd go Sword of the Sea, Absu, Pathless, but in and around the same tier. Maybe a little bit of difference between them. But enjoyable game. Like Giant Squid, again, like I think the biggest compliment I always pay, not that any developer cares about my opinion, but I'm now interested in your next project still interested in your next project. Because when you play something and you're like, I don't like that, I don't care what you make next, that's an indication that I haven't got on with the game. Whereas Giant Squid, I'm like, yep, might have to wait 4 or 5 years. They seem like they've got pretty decent gaps between their games, but I'm fine with that. Don't need one of these games every 18 months, so Giant Squid is still on the docket of developers I'll look out for.
It looks like, judging from Wikipedia, the studio's only like about 20 to, at the time the Pathless came out, 33 people, and I know everyone was losing their shit over Expedition 33 being
the starving
30
orphans
people
from France that made this game.
Yeah. It's morphed. It was actually made by one person, and they had a pencil, and
he was homeless. They went to the 3 years of the project
library, coded it there. So it's like
discovered real life paintbrush powers and made the game with that.
It's not as ambitious or big as something like Expedition 33, but to make 3 games like this, polished with that small of a. Why isn't anyone talking about this? I've been hearing about fucking Expedition 33 and the 2 people that made it all fucking year. I love that game, by the way. It's my favorite game of last year, but as a joke. But yeah, they make good games, and I like you, I'm very curious what they're going to make. This is the thing I hate about like a director that I like. The worst thing about finishing their movie is you have to wait another couple years before their next thing. Yeah. And this is 5 years in between the Pathless and this, so hopefully we don't have to wait till 2030 for their next game.
Yeah, and it's 4 years between Absu and the Pathless, so they're not. Maybe it'll be. Don't know. I'm happy to wait.
It takes that long to polish a game. So
yeah, that's true. I'd rather have that, and it's interesting. Like I say, I'm looking out for the next game, but I probably won't sit there waking up every morning going, "What's the Giant Squid news?" But when it happens, I'll be excited. I imagine in a few months' time, I'll forget about Giant Squid until they resurface.
When I'm back on here to review their next game, you won't remember how Sword of the Sea was.
No. I'll be like,
neither will I, except for that ending.
We've forgotten about it. Lovely. Sword of the Sea gets itself a double silver. Hopefully they'll be happy with that. All the 33 orphans at Giant Squid living on the streets of Santa Monica. It's expensive there as well. That's the other thing. It's so expensive in Santa Monica. These poor developers, only 33 of them, struggling, but we're here to give you your silvers and your flowers, so that should make your lives better, not the millions of pounds you've just made off the back of, I don't know actually how much they would make off this, but Expedition 33 devs, they're laughing now, so if they were starving orphans, they're not anymore, so they don't need our sympathy. But lovely stuff again from Giant Squid, consistent if nothing else, and worth a playthrough if you're into that pocket of palate cleansers. As usual, we'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Stray on Nintendo Switch 2?
Wow, it's a Nintendo Switch 1 game, but I played on Nintendo Switch 2.
Do you get... I don't know how the Switch 2 works. Do you get any... You know how you play on a PS5 rather than a PS4? If the game's unlocked frame rate, you'll get like an improvement in performance. Does that happen with the Switch 2, or is it they have to release a Switch 2 patch for it to be any upgrades? Do you know?
I I don't know the answer to that question. My gut is telling me, subliminally in my mind, there is definitely an upgrade.
Right.
But in my heart, it's telling me there's an upgrade. In my brain, it's telling me Nintendo not going to give me that for free, so they're probably fuck all.
Yes.
So it's and there's so many games now that come out where they give a graphical upgrade and they make a big deal about it, and so I am assuming there isn't. And there was definitely points when I was playing this game and I was like. Like it wasn't laggy, but there's definitely some points that there's a few hexagons showing.
Right.
So is I don't think so is the answer. I think what you get on the Switch 1 disc is what you get, and I suppose which isn't a surprise when you play it. And I played a physical copy of this. Isn't a surprise when you play a physical game. You've just got whatever's loaded on that cart. That cart's been designed for a Switch 1 and been designed to play on a Switch 1. You're probably going to play it on Switch 1. Now, I've got no problem with that. I like the fact that the Switch 2 is backwards compatible.
Yeah.
A bit like a Nintendo 3DS and that's why you have to pay like 120 odd pounds for a Nintendo 3DS these days in comparison to a Nintendo DS. And if you look at them, I see it in the same context. Like Nintendo DS is like a Switch, Nintendo 3DS is like a Switch 2, and that's sort of what they've done here.
Okay, that's the Nintendo bit out of the way. So Stray itself, came out in 2022. I played it on the PS5. It was one of the when Sony redid their subscription service and introduced tiers and tried to sort of dip their toes in the Game Pass market, although not quite as aggressive. This was one of the early day one games. It was like, Stray's releasing on July 19th and you can buy it, but if you've got the subscription, you can play it day one. This was like one of the first times they did that, and immediately that sort of got my attention because I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then when I obviously saw the game, I was like, you play as a cat. I was like, interesting. I'm not a cat hater. Some people are anti-cat. They don't like cats. No. I like all animals. I'm just not a cat lover in that I will. I haven't got a pet cat, for example. But I'm not. I know some people that are like, I don't want to know cats at all, which I kind of get sometimes. But at the end of the day, they're animals, so they need to be looked after. So if I was given one, I'd look after it. But I'm not a cat hater, but not a cat lover. But still, ran through, played the game. Anyway, you can find that in the archive somewhere, and that was back in 2022. And then Stray lands on the Switch. You're obviously on some sort of crusade to get every Switch game and Switch 2 game ever released on physical cart. And I wonder whether this was just one that was caught up in that aggressive purchasing spree you've gone on, or whether you actually wanted to play this one, was like, I'm targeting that and buying it to play it, because a lot of these games you're getting these days are being bought to put on shelves and sit there. So where did this fall?
Well, I think you've given me a bit too much credit. Most of them are up in the loft in a box, not on the shelf. I need to reconfigure the room, but it's and then once I reconfigured it, all the Switch stuff's going to come down and take pride of place. But it's you're right. I have been on a crusade. I've been on a crusade of anything under a tenner I will buy, and I've accumulated a lot. Now Stray's not in that category. However, I've definitely burnt through a lot of that category of anything under a tenner I will buy, as long as it's on the physical cart. Stray is one of those games I've wanted to play. I find that I am drawn to games that I know are only or less than 10 hours long, let's say, that I know that I can finish relatively quickly. And for me, quickly is 10 hours is I don't know, for me, it took me 2-3 weeks, and I didn't exhaust it straight away in 1 or 2 sittings. I was an hour there, and amongst life, but it was one I wanted to play. But I also, there's a part of me that's I can get this, as you said, you got it for free. I could play it on get it on Steam, probably really cheaply. I want to buy the physical copy of it, and I know I'm therefore having to pay more. This, I think, is a game that's around about the £20 mark, maybe a bit more, to get a physical copy on Switch. But I wanted to play it. I am a cat person, like you. I've grown up with
But I'm not
cats.
anti-cat.
Oh, well, I'm going to get you a cat for Christmas, and we'll see how anti you are.
Dave will have the last say on that. He gets to decide what animals come in this place.
Exactly.
I'll look after it.
But, I've had cats all my life. And, there was a part to me that's quite appealing. Equally, there was just something that stood... it got a lot of praise, I remember, when it first came out. A lot of people said, well, this is quite a fun, interesting game with an interesting story. It was a cat-based game, and as I said, I'm very pro-cat, I guess. Let's say I'm more pro-cat than other animals. And so for me, I just wanted to, I've always wanted to play it, and it's always been on the back of my mind. I'd exhausted the list of the shit fucking Switch games that are under a tenner that I'm never going to play, and then I was starting to buy. So I wanted to buy a few games. I got to the point where I was like, I want to play some of these games that I'm buying, because at the moment I'm buying games that I'm doing nothing with, and it's a real waste of money. Maybe I'll get around to it one day. Who knows? So I there was a period where I bought 3 or 4 games that I was like, I'm going to play. Amongst this was there's a game called Coffee Talk. I don't know if you've heard of it. Coffee Talk
heard of that.
1 and 2. I think I got it as the dual the thing which looks like an interesting game, which is now is on my sort of next to play. Once again, another sub 10-hour game. These critically acclaimed games, or are very positively outlooked games.
Sitting on an 84 on Open Critic, so good enough.
So under 10-hour games that people enjoy a lot and actually get a lot out of. And I find myself just in life now swaying a bit more to these games. I know we both have spoken recently about things like Gris and Neva.
Yeah.
And this sort of, though it's a different type of game, it falls into that camp as well. It's a nice game that doesn't matter how much time you have. If you've got only small amount of time to play some gaming, which I feel like I'm in that camp, you probably can play this game and you can find it. And I said this as a game I think I've finished it in 6 hours, which is a longer playthrough than most. It took me a couple of 2-3 weeks, and I had things going on between. But yeah, you can carve out an hour here or there for it, and you don't feel like you need to rush it. It's not like a Red Dead or a Skyrim or whatever. So it's that's how I came about getting Stray.
Yeah, lovely. How was you mentioned it a little bit at the top, performance on the Switch, or the Switch 2 in this Switch 1 version, Jaggies or whatever, because I do find that I'm only going to turn that Switch on if it's the only platform it's available on, because the PC is here, but I would prefer to play it on the PlayStation because it's hooked into the telly and plug and play, etc. And I always have a concern about anything that's not Nintendo made, Nintendo published, arriving on the Switch. Now this wasn't Red Dead Redemption 2 or Red Dead Redemption even, so probably graphically not as taxing, but still I've seen smaller projects still go by the wayside on the Switch because its power is just not up to snuff, or the developers can't or won't optimize properly. But how overall on the technical side of things, how was Stray to play on Nintendo Switch 2?
So I don't have a PlayStation. I've always said to myself, I will buy a PlayStation when GTA 6 comes out, and so that's sort of my.
Which would be 2027, you know that.
Yeah, well, it'll be the end of 2026. That's what's a given. Adkins, remember, that's my top pick. So I don't have a PlayStation, therefore I don't also have an Xbox. I've got a PC, and that's what we're recording on now. But I always find it laborious to boot up and get into a game. It feels like an effort getting into a game. With the Switch, I've really loved the ability, especially the Switch 2. Now I've gone back to it. Is just being able to pull it up and I'm straight into the game. Like your game's already preloaded and I can click it and I'm straight off where I left off, and it feels very little effort. And interesting enough, I started off by playing Stray handheld, and then because it's docked and it's attached to my screen here that we're talking to, and I see you all on now. But generally, obviously, it's off when the PC's off, and it's off most of the time. I bought a Pro controller about a month ago, and I brought it because I really want to play Skyrim. And I brought Skyrim, and maybe this is a conversation for another day, but I've got Skyrim on the Switch, and I know they've just released a Switch 2 version, which is brilliant timing for me, so look graphically updated and stuff like that. And I played Skyrim before, but I needed about 12 hours. I never completed it, but there's a part of me that wants to go back to it. That aside, I bought the controller for that reason. So I was like, well, actually, let's try the controller on Stray. So I kept it docked, and what's quite nice about the Pro controller, all I had to do was press the home button, and it booted up the screen as well, and like on the screen, I was like, oh, brilliant, and it felt so easy to get into the game. Yeah. I know this must seem like nothing to people that play PlayStation or Xbox, but for me, for someone who's been playing PC or just handheld for the last 5+ years, to me that was like my mind blown. And I actually preferred playing it on the controller rather than the handheld. Like the ease of the ergonomics of the controller and just the ability to lean back a little bit.
Sit back.
Exactly.
Like,
and I
you're
felt
not like.
It sounds strange. I know, like this is a gaming podcast, and people are like, "Well, what's he talking about playing?" I've not played controller-based games for 5+ years because I've just been PC or Switch.
Oh, yeah.
And so for me, like it was a bit of a rebirth or a re-revolution of like, why am I not playing more controller? These stuff more controller-based, and it's because historically, even when you had PlayStation, you'd have to boot it up. It'd be on your main TV, and therefore you'd have to ask your partner or whoever else, can I play on the TV and stuff. So all of those barriers to get into the game, I don't have that anymore. And it's like, I have the partner, but like I just shut the door and she's gone. And it's but like the ability just to get into the game now was just so easy, and then having the controller just felt so much more relaxing. I know this is not talking about graphically stuff, but I think it's really important to mention, like, actually I feel like I would rather play some of the Switch games now on controller on the computer, on the PC, on the screen and stuff like that. That being said, like, how did it run? Like, once again, we were talking about what have I done previously. I've been playing a lot of Pokemon games. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 like for the last 5 years. I'm not playing games that are graphically fantastic, and so for me, like, yes, I played Red Dead 2, and that was brilliant. Oh, I'm still playing it.
Are you?
I will finish it. I will finish it before the end of February when I need to go to my new job, but I will finish it. So that's another conversation we can have, but it's not. The graphics are not Red Dead, and I don't sit down with the expectation as like you should be expecting Red Dead graphics or you should be expecting whatever it is. And so for me, I'm not too worried about it. And it was quite nice. There were moments, more so in the cutscenes of Stray, where it felt, and you've obviously seen it on the PlayStation, but like generally the whole gameplay was really smooth and brilliant, and I didn't have any problem with any of that. It was just like some of the cutscenes were like, the hair on the back of the cutscenes a bit like hexagony and stuff like that, rather than, and I was like, well, that just took away, and I was like, how can you get it so right in the actual gameplay, but then let this poor VT, cut screen, video that has no gameplay into it, just that surely should be the smoothest fucking butter that's going, not the gameplay. But it felt like they got that wrong, and that could be improved. But generally, apart from those cutscenes, like it ran fine, and I had no problems at all.
So going back to your dilemma of handheld versus Pro controller on a monitor, is not one of the advantages to having the handheld mean you can go into another room and be present and still not be, because once you shut the door like I do in here and lock it away, it's like, that's it, you won't be seeing me for a few hours. So you do that 7 days, 7 nights in a row, and you get told off, and you have to deal with all that. But the Switch obviously allows you to sort of wander in there and be present in the room, pause it if you need to, and just sort of like pretend like you're engaging with the family when you're not. Are you going to be able to even carry on doing the locking yourself away in this office and doing that, because you'll lose at some point. You'll get told off, surely.
Yeah, so that is true. Like, you can get away with it, as you said, like with a game like Stray, that's 5-6 hours. Like, you just come in for an hour and a half, and you do it maybe once to twice a week, you know, before you, as I said, like an hour, you disappear. Like, I'm also up a lot earlier than everyone else in my household.
Yeah.
So, like, I can come in, I can boot in quickly, play an hour, play 45 minutes. And there's a really interesting conversation about, you know, gaming when you get older and all these other responsibilities. And there's lots of interesting YouTube videos out about it. But, like, I feel like I can get away with those games. I'm talking about going to play Skyrim, like you've said. How are you going to get away with playing something like Skyrim, you know, going into your room on the handheld control? The honest answer is I'm not, and I'm very aware that that's the case. But that's what I think a handheld allows you to do it. Like, yes, you might only get that 45 minutes to an hour to play on a controller, which you may feel a bit more relaxed, and yes, you might be able to negotiate you know, with other people in your house that, hey, look, I'm going to disappear for the evening like I have tonight, like on the podcast, and be able to get away with it from time to time. But generally you're not, so that's where the handheld, I think, comes in. And I think I mentioned to you around earlier a few weeks ago, and actually to a few other people, that actually this is what's starting to entice me about like the Steam Deck, is that the ability to play on the PC for games that I'd really want to play, like The Witcher 3 that I only played 3-4 hours, Fallout 4 which I've only played for 3-4 hours, which are these games I really want to play and actually get to the end and enjoy, but I just don't have the ability to be able to sit down in a controller in front of a computer screen and do that in front of a TV anymore. So I feel like, you know, having that handheld allows at least me to be able to do that in sort of two parts, and then maybe, as I said, take it on the train. The problem is with handhelds at the moment is the battery life isn't brilliant. We're talking most likely 2.5 hours for most games to play, whether that's your Steam Deck or whether that's a Switch. So you don't get an awful lot of time.
I took my Switch to, when I went to the Caribbean, I bought one of those power banks. I can't remember what I charged up before I left, and then played it, and then when I needed to, I think it said it would give you 8 hours of charge, and I think the flight was 8 and a bit, and I was like, okay, so 2 hours of the Switch's natural battery plus the power bank could be fine. So I used that. It was about 40-50 quid, might have even been a little bit more, but that you just chucked it in, it stores like your charge, and then chucked it in when the battery got low, and it was fine. Obviously I didn't play it for the whole 8 hours because after about 90 minutes my back was hurting. I was like crouching forward like that, fucking trying to play Sonic or whatever I was doing me in. But that's always an option. You can get these power banks.
Yeah, I know, but I also think interesting enough, I'm not the type of person that can sit there and play a computer game for 5, 6, 7 hours straight. I know there are people out there that really get into it and really get sucked in.
We'll get you back to a Destiny raid and you won't have a choice.
Well, that's a different thing, though. That's like when you're. But I'm talking about like maybe a single player game. But like it's like I'm definitely the type of person that generally can do something for a couple of hours and I'll get not bored, but I'm like ready to just like take a break. So that sort of worked quite nicely anyway on the Switch. Like, and I played the whole of Pokemon ZA handheld. So like, you know, therefore I was only getting like 2 hours and docking it down. That was nearly a 40-hour game. So. But yeah, it's I think what I've learned from Stray with playing with controller and handheld is that I definitely prefer controller in front of a monitor in a relaxing environment. I feel like there are certain elements as well that's easier in terms to play. So there's a lot of like in Stray, there's not loads, but there's a few like scenes where you have to chase or be quick to avoid something and then like lock a door or get past some of these bug things that are going to eat you or whatever and stuff like that, and they're easier to do when you're on a controller that's ergonomically better for your thumbs than on a Switch where you're doing a bit more like that. And like if you've got a sweaty thumb, it sometimes becomes a bit harder, whereas the ergonomic controller, it sort of counteracts a lot of that. So yeah, for me, I definitely would prefer to do more gaming moving forward on my Pro controller for the Switch than the handheld, but I'm also aware that I'll have to play handheld, and that's fine. You know, it is what it is.
It's a necessary evil. You touched upon one gameplay mechanic being the chases or the whatnot, but as a total package, what Stray is, it's not really an action game per se. It's puzzles and not puzzle. Well, maybe they are puzzles, but figuring out how to progress. You know, which might be interacting with certain elements or getting certain items and doing X, Y, and Z. But how did you find the flow of Stray? Because there are some stressful moments, but on the whole, it's quite a relaxing game, I found. Even though the situation you're in for the cat, where it's just fallen down this fucking hole into this horrible robot world or whatever it was, is not great. But hopefully you'll endeavour to get the cat out of there. But what did you make of the actual hands-on gameplay, the different scenarios they served up for you?
Yeah, I thought it was nice. Interesting enough, I think there was 11 chapters in total in the game. I remember looking at it afterwards. But it felt like each chapter was very distinct and unique, and therefore when you go through each chapter, you are getting a slightly different type of gameplay, whether that's one you're doing a bit more puzzles, one you're doing a bit more chasing. There was one where you had to do even a little bit of shooting, nothing crazy. Like I personally lean more towards enjoying the puzzle side of things, or being given some tasks where you're like, well, okay, I need to link that to this and that to this, and to do that, and then I need to unlock that. There were a few elements where we mentioned where they were chasing, or like there's some sentinel things as well where you had to like just avoid them or distract them and get them into like some prison and then lock them in, and you had to be a bit faster with some of that stuff. I personally didn't enjoy that stuff as much. Yeah. But it was a nice distraction, or a nice difference in terms of gameplay throughout. So you weren't always doing the same thing, and so I think it was done well in terms of the different types of gameplay that was offered. I could have probably lived without the plays in my head.
Insta-fail bits.
Well, yeah, there's a few. I didn't enjoy the Sentinel bit for a quite not a relaxing game, but a game where I shouldn't have to worry too much about death for the cat. It felt like a little bit too brutal for me on those bits, and I could have done without robots trying to blast me every 2 seconds, like to get them locked into a prison. I would have preferred that to be a bit more like I was able to meow and it came in and then I just walked out and I saw it, rather than I had to get their attention to get them into the prison, and they were shooting at me and stuff like that. And like a bit like in any game where you might throw a rock and an NPC might go over and look at where you've thrown the rock. A little like a bit it feels a little bit more subtle and less intrusive than you've had to alert the NPC to shoot you to get them into the right area to then lock them in. That felt to me was a bit, but yeah, overall I really enjoyed it. Some of the puzzles I obviously completed the game. There were a bunch of puzzles that were not mandatory. Some I did and some I didn't do. I loved the one where we had to collect all the music sheets.
Oh yeah.
The music sheets. I got most of the way through that, and I was like, I want to do every music sheet now, and I want to enjoy the music they're playing. Then there were some other ones where I had to collect some coloured flowers. I didn't bother doing that because I wasn't too worried, but I enjoyed the music one because I could sit there with the cat and just enjoy it. And there was something really nice about the guitarist playing the music, and you sit on the little I don't know, not sofa but the pillow, and just relax. And I put the controller down and I just chilled out, just listened to it. I was like, oh, this is quite nice, even though it was only 30 seconds. And I was like, all right, cool. I enjoyed that. And so games should definitely give you those moments as well, where you can complete a side quest and you can just maybe put the controller down and just be like, that's quite a nice little fun thing that I got, even 30 seconds a minute, whatever. And that is so. Yeah, I loved all the different mechanics, and there was just it wasn't overly obvious, but it wasn't immensely hard to figure out the problems.
No. Okay. One of the obviously you're taking control of a cat, so that's quite a unique perspective and challenge, I guess, to move around. Cats are quite agile. They can jump up on things. You know, they can do things that obviously humans can't do. Most of the games we play, we're some sort of humanoid creature, so the control scheme, how it feels, is quite standard across third-person games and first-person games. How did you find the controls for the cat? Did they feel not realistic? Because we're never going to be able to say whether it feels like how a cat would be to move around. But I suppose in the game context, was you happy in the way they presented the movement of the cat and how you as a player could interact with everything and move around the environment? Because I felt like that's a big thing for this, because when you're taking control of an animal, it's foreign to us, so it has to, in a game sense, make sense for us to be able to play it and the inputs to make sense of what we're doing, whilst also in our head saying, yeah, that looks like and feels like how a cat would, you know, move around this environment.
Yeah, I think that the way the cat was done, I think this is probably the biggest credit to the whole game, was it felt like you was a cat for the whole thing, and you were making movements like a cat. There were a few jumps that were more vertically jumping, which felt like, would they really be able to jump like in such a small place? Like,
I don't know.
upwards?
I've seen them. They
maybe, but they were like, but
those worktops are high. You get up on them from the fucking floor.
I found I was looking like, because the game it lays it out on the plate quite easy what the directions you should go.
Yeah.
Like, and by putting the button when like on the next level or whatever is when you jump. So it became quite.
It's
easy
not free jumping, is it? Because
so you have to look around and say, all right, there's X.
You target that
and stuff like that. And so it's not like because there were a few times when I was walking around, I was like, I want to go on that, but there was no like ability to jump on it. And,
so you can't.
But I think looking at it, I could probably would have jumped on that if I was a cat anyway. So you are definitely pushed into certain directions or allowed only on certain things. But in terms of the movement of the cat, everything felt really good. Like, the only things that for me felt a bit not weird, but there was a few times the cat got injured and it was started hobbling, and then 2 seconds later it stopped, and it's like, well, why are you hobbling for 2 seconds and then stopping? It's like, if you break a leg or if you sprain your ankle, 2 seconds later you're not going to suddenly be like, oh, I'm fine now, and carry on.
Wolverine cat heals quick.
So yeah, well, there was definitely an element of that sort of took that level of immersion away, because I could have seen like a cat hobbling around, but then I was going, okay, well, maybe I'm going to hobble around this level and not going to be able to move that quickly, and I would have been like, fine, whatever. But it felt like I hobbled a bit because I'd fallen down a bloody gutter into a fucking new world, and then suddenly I'm like, all right, I've moved 10 steps and now I'm able to walk fine. And it was like, okay, let's
run it off quick.
Yeah, there's definitely some level of shock. Maybe someone's got out the magic sponge like in Sunday League. But yeah, that to me felt a bit like that could have probably been improved or thought about slightly differently. But generally the movement was spot on. Like, I think they even released a bunch of videos with this around how they got all the animations of a cat. I think they actually like got a cat and made, I don't know how they do it with all the computer animations and stuff like that, and
probably executed it and then
something like that.
It might be, you never know, it might be some horrible
Russians. I don't know who developed it, to be honest. I'm assuming.
No, I don't think it was what are they called, like Blue. They're called Blue 12.
Publishers. Blue 12 Studios.
Yeah, Annapurna published it, which, if you ever want to find more games like Stray, just search for Annapurna published games.
That's a French developer.
There's a lot of those French lately after Expedition 33. They seem to be...
Oh, this was before Expedition.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. It's a French game.
They're getting in there.
A lot of French. You're right. There's, it's interesting. A lot of French games. Maybe I need to move to Paris.
Bloody expensive.
Yeah, that's true. That's why there's a lot of films being made in the UK.
Yeah, but yeah, it's I don't know what we were talking about before. I distracted you. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
movements to the cat.
Moving the cat. Yeah, so he was happy with the way that the cat controlled, because I think that could have killed the game, straight away. Had the had the movement not been feeling like you would expect, and also enjoyable to play as, because that's ultimately what's gonna matter. So yeah, I remember I played it and I was a bit like, oh, you can't free form jump. So immediately I was a bit like, oh, it's quite restrictive. But then the more I played it, the more I was like, oh, this makes sense, because actually trying to make that jump manually and having to not fall off or miss, you don't miss a jump, do you? That's the thing with this. So as time went on, I was like, actually, I kind of appreciate that I haven't got to worry about that. It's going to take care of that jump for me, and I can just, use my eyes and go, okay, I want to go there. Because I'd be the worst cat, bumbling around, missing all these jumps and slipping off. It would be a bit annoying, wouldn't it, if you was trying to jump across a gap and you kept falling off? Because some of these levels, obviously, you climb higher and higher up like a tower rise. If you fell down back to the bottom of the alley, you'd be like, I've got to go all that shit again. That'd be a right pain.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I definitely appreciated that. If I knew I could do something, I could just do it, and I could explore, and I go, okay, well, I can't explore that. The game's clearly not worried about me, and I can just focus on the game. Because you're right, if you could jump on everything, it suddenly becomes from a 6-hour game to a 10-hour game, and the other 4 hours is you bumbling around, trying to think, oh, maybe it's over here, or maybe it's something I'm missing something over here. Whereas the games, that's not what the game's trying to achieve. So, yeah, I agree with that.
Any other business on Stray? Any good or bad points that you wanted to raise that we haven't touched upon, or that you wanted to reinforce?
There was. I just thinking. I had one in my head, and that was just gone. It's typical. See if I can think about it, but it's. It's gone. It'll come back later. But it's. I generally really enjoyed my playthrough from it. Like there was lots I got out of it. I think the story in itself was a really interesting story, and I would love to see where Stray, if there was a Stray 2, where that would go. I would be really interested to see if there's any more to the world, or if they want to bring any of that back, because I just don't know if that's the answer. So like for me, that's it. That's one thing I'd like to know. And actually the thing I was thinking about, and I just remember now, is, and I don't know how you did this, but I ended up doing quite a lot of the puzzles out of order. Like it feels like there was a direct order where you should have done things through, but actually I completed some parts of the puzzle before I was meant to complete them, and then I had to come back to that bit later on. So a prime example was you go to this part of the town and you're meant to meet up with like this female robot, I think Clementine or whatever it is, in
right, yeah,
that skips. But before I'd even met up with her, I'd already figured out I could talk to the people below that were dancing, and if I got rid of the cameras, I got a tape, and I'd already previously before that realized there was a place I could put the tape, because I'd been exploring, and so I already got the tape and I put it in the thing, and then I distracted the man, and the man within that place was distracted for ages. And like it's just, and then I went off and for like, well, actually to continue, I have to go and speak to Clementine, and then she gave me these things and said, oh, you need, and then I had to go to speak to this other man that then said whatever, and then it was then like you need these bits of items, and ultimately I could then just walk straight in, just take the items because I distracted them earlier. Now there's nothing technically wrong with that, but it just to me in my mind felt a little bit out of order, order of the gameplay, and therefore realistically a man wouldn't be distracted from the tape player for, I don't know, an hour. He would have just gone over for it to stop, took it out, and you would have had to figure out again. So for me, that was the only other thing that was like, maybe they could have hidden some of the puzzles to slightly after, because all the puzzles were available to solve every time you went into an area. And this happened multiple times for me, that I'd solve half a puzzle before I'd even got to the main part of the story where they wanted me to solve the puzzle. And I was like, oh, well, they wanted me to do this bit now, and actually I've already done half of it, so now I can just go off and do that last bit. Maybe hide some of that behind me being able to get it on, because then it'd probably flow slightly nicer in a story context. But I don't know if you felt the same, whether you just ran straight to it or whether you
I do remember that being a thing where, because that sort of stuff annoys me, because it feels like it's out of canon, almost, which is bizarre because the game probably doesn't have a set canon. But when I feel like I've skipped half of it and then I've got to go back and just do the first 25% when I've done the 75% afterwards, when logically you could actually progress here. Yeah, I remember that being a bit of an annoyance. I suppose that it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because if you restrict people too much and force them down a linear path, they'll be annoyed that you can't explore. Equally, the scenarios that you've described, that absolutely is a bit of a small immersion breaker at times, and just you sometimes get a bit confused because you think, I've already done this, and I don't. You almost overthink it, thinking the answer can't be that far back because I'm so far ahead of it, but actually it is. You've just got to go back and hand in something.
It couldn't easily do in a way where it doesn't break immersion, where those people that I spoke to, they were like, we'll give you a CD or not CD, cassette tape, like, if you get rid of the cameras. Like, before I spoke to Clementine, like, I could have just they could have just said something slightly different that hadn't been those lines, and then it'd be like that, and I'd have gone back down, and eventually I'd have been like, maybe they've changed what they've said now. They might have said, you know what, come back later, cat, we might be able to give you a cassette tape or something like that. And I've been like, okay, well, look, they're not saying right now that I can get the cassette tape, but they're saying that if I come back slightly later, and maybe like it's the night time after I've spoken to Clementine or stuff like that, just maybe a bit more immersive, and like you're completing puzzles when you think you should be completing it, rather than completing, as you said, like 50% of it before you've then gone into the main mission. You're going, all right, well, now I need to do the other 50%, whereas you probably should have just maybe do the 100% after that bit of the mission, conversation.
Yeah, I always notice things. It happens a lot in open world games. I was playing Forbidden West years ago, Horizon Forbidden West, and it actually had one of the best. It must have somewhere in the back end been tracking everything you were doing, because you speak to people and you come back and you speak to people. I might have gone and spoke to 6 other tribes, then spoke to someone, blah blah blah. That was one of the best examples of the game knowing what the player had done, because the characters are always referencing, saying, "Oh, you've done this, you've done that, you've spoken to so and so." Whereas a lot of games, they'll just say, "Oh, you haven't spoken to Jeff," and it's like, "Well, actually, Jeff's there, standing. I've accrued him as a companion." And like, there are some games that take the extra effort to make sure that everything's, no matter what the player's done, when you're interacting with someone, they're aware of what you have and haven't done, or at least your character is, and they'll form that. Obviously, it's easier when they can speak. The cat can't. It's just dropping off items and whatnot. But yeah, I get what you're saying on that front. It's something I look out for playing a lot of like these expansive open world games. I'm always looking for like the details of where the world, where people aren't acting as though they should, based on the status of what's happened. And some games do it, some games don't, like even the big budget ones. So, but yeah. Any other bits on Stray?
No, I don't think so. I think we've probably spoken longer than we anticipated on it, but like it was a short game that is really enjoyable. I would only recommend anyone else if they've not played it playing it. It's 6-ish hours maximum, and you'll have a great little time. It's very immersive. I love the idea of the lore and that's going on in that world. I want to know more about that world. Yeah. Whether I'll ever know more about what's happened, like what's happened to the humans that's disappeared. Is there other kinds of robots? It
feels post-apocalyptic, doesn't it? So something's happened to the world. Yeah, so
I want to know more, but like whether I'll get that, I don't know. And it feels like this, to me, feels like a perfect game that might be a setup for an amazing bigger game. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I know that's not really a thing, but like for me, it feels like this would be a lovely introduction into then say like some level of Fallout type world of whatever this world is going on, and then you go into it, and maybe you're not the cat anymore and stuff like that.
Maybe a dog upgrade.
It feels like there's a really interesting concept there that would be interesting to explore, and I would like to explore more of the world. Whether we'll get there, I don't know. What happened after we left, I don't know. There's lots of like characters you leave behind, a lot of characters that you're like, I wonder what happened to them. Especially now that the sun's shining on them, like you open up the sky and stuff like that. So yeah, I would love to see that. I doubt that I will, because they are an indie developer, and if we're going to get something, it's probably going to be more of another cat falling down another hole in a slightly different area, telling slightly different stories, and you're sort of a bit like, oh, I want more. I want a big AAA game on top of it, but I won't get that. So yeah, it's a good play. It's enjoyable. It's really ignited my passion to play a few more games, I think, for me, because I'd played Pokemon Scarlet, I played Pokemon ZA back to back, like both are like 40-hour games.
Now you realise what dross that can be.
With zero speech. There was no fucking speech in this one as well, which annoyed me to a certain extent. Yeah. But there was at least I don't know. But there was I definitely started being a bit like, I feel a bit beaten up. And then before that, I played I'm a big MMO person in Guild Wars, though I haven't played that much recently. And it really ignited me to say, fuck, is this what I'm missing? Is this type of gameplay, like these type of stories I'm missing?
Yeah. And
hence why I fucking brought Skyrim, because I was like, I need to go back, or I need to play more of these type of games. So yeah, I think it's a great game. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I really did.
Good. Let's do the formalities before we get out of here. The Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery. We can chuck it in self-storage alongside some other garbage that me, Adkins and Logan have seemed to have chucked in there. There's the botchling bin, which doesn't apply to games that aren't completed and chucked away. Or you can reward it with a platinum, gold, silver or bronze grading, which means when people wander around the gallery, they'll go, let's look at all the bronze games, let's look at all the silver, and they'll be nicely categorised of people and have your little name and signature scribbled underneath it in stone, in a way. So where does Stray go? Does it go straight into self-storage? Because that's where I've sort of got this little... I'm going to paste it in there if not, if I don't hear anything.
No, it's definitely not going to self-storage. It's upgraded from that.
Yep.
Good. I'm thinking about how I've scored other games. I've not scored too many games, but I've scored 2 Pokemon games, Scarlet Violet and ZA, and I believe I both put them in silver. They were both great games. Both I spent 40 plus hours in each. I enjoyed my 6 hours more in this game than I think I did any 6 hours in those games. Maybe it's interesting, if you get beaten up enough, you just enjoy dross. And I think that's what Pokemon's probably done to me, and I haven't been playing too much else. And so it feels like this has awoken me a little bit and opened the door. So for me, this is clearly a gold game, for me at least. And it's definitely not in the platinum. Like I expect to be blown away even more, but it's just, there is something to be said to just being able to play something quite comforting. Every now and then you need to do something a little bit with your mind, or something a little bit more with your controls in terms of dodging and weaving, but nothing too extravagant. And if you die 2 or 3 times, you'll probably get it by the time you're 4th, and it's not like you're dying after 15, 20
not smacking your head against a brick wall
and then having to go back 15, 20 minutes like a Dark Souls game. You're probably dying within the first 2-3 minutes, and you're like, all right, because actually to complete it takes less than 2-3 minutes. So it's so for me, like it's a gold game, and I'm quite happy for it to be there. I was thinking about being a platinum, but I'm not stupid. There are better games out there than this. But I really enjoyed it, and for me, it's.
Well, you say you're not stupid. It won Best Independent Game, Best Debut Indie Game at the Game Awards in 2022. So it was highly thought of in that year, and it was nominated for Big Game of the Year as well. So it wasn't. It's not just some stupid cat game. Like, genuinely good video game.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, I think gold is where I'm going to keep it at the moment. Well, not at the moment. It's just where it's going to live, and I think that's the highest scoring game I've probably given any game, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Lovely. That Stray earns itself a gold into the Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery, courtesy of Mr. Paper, playing on his Switch 2. And as usual, we'll bid the audience adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Star Wars Outlaws 2024. Massive entertainment. So they are...
Is it really? 24?
The Division. Yeah.
Cool. Year after 4 remake.
August
Busy.
2024. And then we had the Switch 2 port in September of 25. So this was the big Ubisoft open world, I believe. Third person.
They claimed it was the first ever truly open world Star Wars game.
Is that true? Do we know? I don't know.
Yes, but it's... I mean, that... You haven't played it yet, but that... Survivor, is it? Survivor? Yeah, it's Jedi Survivor, isn't it? Yeah, it's the second game anyway. So, yeah, that's so you've got planets on that, and that's exactly what this is. This is just different planets. I mean, these are bigger. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
But yeah, true open world.
He's not happy with that.
Questionable.
Maybe we'll figure it out as we go in. But
yeah.
So this was a game that you got. Well, I feel like you got it on release or close to release.
I think close to release.
Stopped it. Is that correct?
Where is it? Hang on a minute. I'll be back.
He's going to go and find out for us. So he claims. Whether he actually does come back or not, up for debate. We don't know what's going on.
You've given me a question that's going to annoy me, so I wanted to find out. What I tend to do with these games...
Let's put that receipt in that
is
case.
put that receipt in the case, and it'll tell me when I bought it.
There we go.
Smiths.
Bloody hell.
Smiths. November 24. When did it come out?
August, so a few months after.
A few months after. 35 UK pounds.
Well, there you go. You can't complain at that.
Can't complain at that in this day and age.
Because
so there you go. So
I remember Biff played this back in the day.
Yes, and he did. And he played it to completion then, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was before they did I don't know if it is, they called it a 2.0 patch, but it's before they patched and changed engagement and contacts and things. Contact, like combat, encounters and engagement. I think
that's it.
But I don't know exactly what was. I remember him saying it'd be fail states essentially.
That's it. So yeah, it's essentially there was missions that were basically like the Mary Jane missions in Spider-Man. Remember the Spider-Man, the Mary Jane. So if you got caught, that's it. That's game over, and you have to fucking start again. So and there was a lot of uproar, and then there was the AI was really bad. You could hide. If you just stood still, sometimes they just run past you and stuff like that. It's like, fuck's sake. So yeah, so it'd be interesting because when Biff said that he completed it and that he was very down on it. So yeah, I've waited 2 years since it came out, a year and a half or whatever. And so it's been patched. Not enough, I'd say, but but yeah, certainly they have improved on that, and that sounded like one of the major flaws of the game was people saying how shit that saved that being no option to sort of get yourself out of danger and being forced to do stealth, with the stealth mechanics being very minimal and very poor.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit one note. If there's only maybe there wasn't even a handful of ways to get around this sort of stuff, so. That is a concern for people. We're back on PS5 Pro, aren't we, for this?
We're back on the PS5 Pro, yes. Yeah, so when did that PS5 Pro come out? Remember?
It would have been 2024, November, I think. So
would it? So yeah, it must have been one of the ones, because I think this is one that looked fucking dodgy. Without PS5 Pro,
about the lead actress or the model of her, and I was like, I don't know what's going on here. Saying
That's one thing. Yeah, she's fine. She reminds me a lot of like Aloy in
she ain't no
Horizon.
So
she ain't
interested.
no teeth. Unless she's got
Scarlet, I ain't interested.
No Scarlet Bollards, and I ain't interested. But no, she's just a sort of fine. She's this. It's quite like they've obviously gone right. We've got these Jedi games, so we're not gonna. This is not going to be a power fantasy. You're not going to be like the ultimate fucking. You're not going to have any bloody force powers or anything. You're literally a girl with a gun, and you're a scoundrel that sort of goes through this world. Sort of, doing these heists and trying to chat your way out and stealth your way through all these places. And so I get that, but at least make the character likable and interesting. I mean, she's fine, she's serviceable, but she's so forgettable and bland. It's just like when that's your main character. When you're sort of supporting that character that's a bloody robot is like a more interesting character than you are. That shows you.
Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. Where are we at in terms of Star Wars as a franchise and how they're doing the video game stuff as well? Like, are you tired of all the Star Wars stuff that they've done TV-wise? And then there's been a fair few games as well that have come out in different bits and pieces. So where, as a franchise as a whole, how are you feeling about Star Wars? It seems like some people get sick of it. Some people eat it up and it can be anything. Where are you at the moment?
I am sick of it currently, to be honest. I mean, I've got Biff messaging me most days telling me how much Lego there is. And he texted me today telling me to buy the Lego he bought. And I thought, I'm not paying 500 quid. He's now got to pay 800 quid to put it in a box. But in terms of content, like the games are probably the best parts of it, especially the last couple of games. Them Jedi games, I really like them. They're brilliant. I hope they do a third.
Yeah.
I have got intentions to play. I want to go through all these big games that people call the best games ever. So KOTOR is on my hit list. Right. I'd like to go through. We've got this remake coming up, supposedly. Well, who knows? Probably not.
Well, that third one that they're doing, aren't they? Like the fate of something.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah.
Whether we'll might not get the
original.
Might end up with a new entry. Who knows?
New entry. So we've got them. I mean, I grew up playing these games. You had the fucking pod racing game and stuff. Battlefront. I played both of them. Enjoyed them for what they were. So yeah, I mean the team.
Shit.
No, that's one I never did, and I did like the dog combat or whatever you'd call it.
Dogfighting.
The space dogfighting. I did enjoy that, but to make a full game out of it, I think it come out to quite lukewarm reviews, didn't it? So never did play that one, but I think this sort of showed off. They did like it sort of sprang out of nowhere, really, this one. We knew that they had this deal, and then they sort of, straight off the bat, they didn't sort of go straight into a CGI trailer. They showed a bit of gameplay, and I was like, oh, this looks interesting, and showed you on the little speeder bike, being able to zoom around, then doing a little sort of heist mission, and it looked pretty good. So yeah, when it come out, I was keen to play it and give it a go, but in typical Adkins fashion, he played it for a couple of weeks, turned it off, and came back 3 years later.
So when you came back, did you start from scratch, or did you pick up where you left off? Or
Nah, I started from scratch because it had been 2 years. I completely forgotten about it. I was like, right, I've got no idea what's going on. I don't know how to play this game, and it's been patched since the last played it. So I don't even know if my save still works.
True.
So I just had to start right from the beginning again. Luckily, it weren't too far. I can't remember how long this took. 30 hours or something, maybe. I did do some of the side content. I was going to do the platinum because it is obtainable, but it's just spending another sort of 20 hours in this world. And there's a lot of problems with this game, I'll tell you. Well, straight off the bat, fuck me, I think it crashed 5 or 6 times, I think.
Really? Wow.
Unbelievable. Literally, like I had 3 in one night. I was like, this is ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. It's not been patched enough.
Oh, dear.
So multiple crashes, multiple bugs. Like you got a little cool character that comes with you. Name's Nix. He's basically like BD1 from the Survivor games. The little
I've seen him
robot
knocking around. He's got like these little free squaggly bits that.
That's
red
it.
blocks, but they're like weird.
Yeah, essentially. That's it.
He's knocking around.
So
I've seen him.
he's your little companion. You can sort of send him to get like fetch stuff and distract enemies and stuff like that. It'll just be floating along the floor 1 minute, and then it'll just clip the wall, and I'll be like, right, what are we doing here? She'll start doing T poses. Like enemies will be hidden. Like I'll go to clear out an area, and there's like a bloke inside a tent I can't get to. I was like,
what sort of state was this game in 18 months ago?
Exactly. That's what I think. That's what I wondered. Jesus. I think Biff wants to replay it because he did ask me if I had it on physical, but I told him I had it on digital, and now he'll see I was lying. But
burned by me taking Assassin's Creed and Star Wars Jedi. Not playing
and burned by fucking loading as well, breaking my fucking box on Spider-Man 2.
Did he?
Broke the box, the bastard. Yeah, and a little bit of the plastic come back. I went, right, that's it. He's been banned from the lending.
Did you say something to him?
Nah, I didn't. They're gonna watch this.
Box.
Yeah, he probably would. Bless him. No, it's all right. It's only a little plastic bit, but I was like, right, that's it.
Take a hammer to these two here, then, if we don't care about quality of cases coming back. There won't be a scratch on them, Adkins. They haven't moved in 2 years. So
haven't moved, bless them, no.
Quick
you can add this one to it
Mr.
now.
Muscle. Not Mr. Muscle, is it? What's that one that does the dust?
Oh, Mr. Sheen?
Mr. Sheen, yeah.
Mr. Sheen. Mr. Sheen. But yes, yeah, just absolute poor state this game is still.
Crazy.
Like I say, they improved the AI a bit. It did, because I remember I did play a little bit of it beforehand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never got into any of those like missions where the fail state one, so I haven't experienced that. So it'd be funny to go back and have a look and see how bad it was. But
yeah,
it's hard because I think this game's sort of too ambitious for what it wanted to be. I'll give it to the open world. It feels like a living, breathing like open world. Right. When you're driving around on your little speeder bike, there's other people driving about on a speeder bike. There's little designated towns you can just go into, and the towns are like living and breathing. They are full of people, characters, things to do. You can go and there's loads of like gambling you can do in this. There's like little mini games in there. I forget Sabak, I think it's called. It's like a card game basically.
Okay.
So you can like gamble on that. You've got a horse racing thing that's like so this is all like in the Star Wars lore.
Yeah.
And you can go betting on there. You can do also like as a scoundrel, you can play as like there's no sort of morality system, but you can sort of be an arsehole and like like scam people and stuff, and take their money.
How do you scam them? That's the mechanic behind. How would what's an example?
You can. So when you're playing the card game, you can send your little nicks to go and like check their cards and come back. So there's like you can fix some of the horse races and stuff. So like you can.
Or is
you can, yeah, okay. And then it turns into shit, and you have to like fight your way out and stuff. The coolest thing in this game as well is there's like a faction system. So you have. I think it's 4 factions. There's one created for this game that's not in the lore.
And then is it canon this to it, or is it?
Well, I think it is actually. Yeah, this is set in between. I think it's set in between Empire Strikes Back and the Return of the Jedi. I think it is.
Turning his grave, even though he's not dead yet. Yeah, is he? Well,
not yet. No. The franchise is so.
He's 81.
81.
George Walton Lucas Jr.
He's 81, is he? Cool.
Yeah. So was his dad Walton Lucas as well? Like, is he?
Possibly. Cool.
Born in
Him and
California.
Spielberg.
Educated in
Believe
California.
it. Spielberg 80s then as well.
Oh, he's
90s now.
Spielberg.
But yes, yeah.
Oh, he's 79.
Spinners.
John Williams, because he's the absolute. He can't be 94.
Fucking hell, he's nearly dead.
I mean, he might be. Well, it could be day. We don't know. Like 94, it must be day by day.
Yeah, he must wake up and go, "Cool, I'm still here." Sandy. Well, probably not at that age. He'll probably think,
still even doing like gigs and stuff. Like I remember seeing.
No, I watch a film the other day, and it had the soundtrack was Danny Elfman. I was like, cool.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
But yeah, Outlaws.
George Lucas actually has done fuck all. Really, he's done.
Well, he just sold this to Disney and fucking
American Graffiti, THX 1138. He didn't even do Empire Strikes Back. Or
nah, not for me.
The other one, done the prequels,
and then washed his hands with it.
Sold it for
sold it to Disney and just fucking put feet up.
Yeah,
as you would, I suppose.
What is he up to then? What's he doing with his life?
He produces, doesn't he? I think
this,
for something. No, he's not. He's out here doing it, but build your reputation. Yeah, sorry, the reputation system. Yes, that was quite interesting. You could sort of you'd do missions for each faction, and then there'd be areas in each planet. So like,
is it Men in Black? As an alien on the TV monitor, uncredited. Lucas.
Which one? The original Men in Black, or
and Hook.
Oh,
uncredited.
It was in Hook.
Credited in Beverly Hills Cop 3 as disappointed husband in '94. Anyway,
incredible.
That's according to Wikipedia. It could have been riddled with AI malfunctions. So who knows these days? Anyway, I'll stop. Talk.
George Lucas. We're going to ruin his franchise some more. So the faction system.
Thinks it's his, or is he like, I've taken?
I reckon so.
Or does he sit there?
Because he still has.
Doing?
I think because he still has an involvement with it.
What are you doing with Solo? What are you doing?
Solo, you bastard. Yeah, I wonder if he'll call him back one day and go, "Come on,
off down a fucking hole."
Now he's back with vengeance.
Well, he's not. I didn't do anything with it, did they?
Nah. There's a TV series coming out, isn't there?
Oh, okay, right.
Of him. It's a cartoon one now.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Don't know. But anyway, Outlaws, factions, very good. So you can do missions for each faction, and then it sort of improves your status with them. But there's areas in each map, so if like a section of the map will be controlled by that faction.
Yeah.
So if you've got a bad relationship with them, as soon as you get in there, they start fucking sending people after you. Or if you're really in with them, then you can sort of go into their area, and you can even like sneak about in their area and start stealing off them without knowing and stuff. That's a really cool mechanic. The stealth, like the main meat and potatoes of the game, it's a stealth game. You just sort of sneaking your way around these sort of areas, these missions. Go to this place, sneak around, find such and such, and come back, and it all sort of builds up. The trouble with the way the story's set out, it sets this. You've got this like main objective that you're supposed to be doing. And then it starts the game with a mission. You do the mission, and then it sort of sticks you in the open world and goes, right, you've got 3 objectives there to go and do. You can do them in any order you want, but you've got to go and do these 3 objectives, and then we'll congregate back there, and then we'll carry on. But doing those 3 missions on each planet, that's the game. That's like 25 hours.
Oh,
there is no story beats. You don't get cutscenes like increasing the story. you forget what the game's about. And then all of a sudden, after you've played the game for about 25 hours, you then get a cutscene and you go, oh, fuck, cool shit, that's what the game's about.
Bloody hell.
It is the worst, absolute worst pacing of a game I've ever played. Like, you really, there's nothing, there's like 3 cutscenes story related. There's cutscenes for the missions that you're doing, but they're just missions, just standard missions. That's not progressive. There's no story beats in those.
No.
You're not, it's just the story for the mission, but you forget what the main mission is. You're off doing this objective. And then all of a sudden, like I say, you go, right. And then by the time the game starts kicking in, you're like, right, this is it. Yeah, we're doing this last mission, the hoorah. And then the game ends and you're like, oh. It's just, I think, like I say, I've just found this game too ambitious for what it is. The meat and potatoes of the game is the combat and it's just the gunplay. The gunplay is very meh. All you can do is shoot. You can get a couple of guns. It wants to be like, it would have been cool if it was like Watch Dogs, where you could sort of control stuff, where you could control the cameras and you had some stuff like that, and you could sneak about in a better way. With this, all you can do is, like Assassin's Creed, is hide in a bush. That's it. You can't do anything else. You can distract your enemies with nicks. There's mild platforming in it that's absolutely dreadful. I'd say traversing the maps and stuff, it looks quite nice. Like, the different maps are all different areas. Like, you've got a snow planet, you've got a jungle planet, that sort of thing. It looks nice and it runs. Performance that runs well. But when your game's crashing 6 times and you've got fucking all these bugs going mad and fucking, I've had to restart missions because of bugs and stuff.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What on earth have they done here?
Yeah. Another cool thing it does have actually is, do you know when we used to talk about the No Man's Sky? So you can, when you go to another planet, you can fly up into space. You can then fly to that planet, and then it will fly through the planet, and you'll go through the atmosphere and then into seamless.
Not like
it does.
Where it's like loading. Just load.
No, it goes to a black screen and then go, oh, for fuck's sake, no, this is seamless. You go through the clouds and you're clearly that covering like it's loading in, but it is seamless. And it's just it's just frustrating, I think, because this game could have been really good if they really put some more effort into it and not made it boring. It just was boring to play. It really was, like, by the end of it, it was just a slog just to get through, just because the characters aren't that likable. They're very disinterested, like, just very forgettable. The missions are very repetitive. You're doing the same thing for most of the game. And for the most part of the game, it's just, took.
Can you, now that it doesn't fail state when you
So that's the coolest, because it doesn't fail state. I found that the sneaking around was so boring that I just used to go in and just start shooting up the place, and then
is it easy just to shoot your way through now?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, it is. I think because they never used to do it, and because the AI is so bad. There's a lot of enemy. It does chuck a lot of enemies at you, but you just hide yourself in cover and just pop them off one at a time.
Yeah.
It's no problem. And I just found that I found more fun doing that than trying to sneak around and then you
half hour to try and
exactly, yeah. And like after time you can do some takedowns, a couple of takedowns, but there's like 2 animations for it and it gets boring after the 3rd one. So I was like, right, fuck it, I'm just gonna shoot this place up and get some alarm and then away we go.
What about upgrades or skills or trying to make are there any new mechanics that you can get from abilities, or you just upgrade a weapon?
Remember
some sort of progression there that can power you up a bit.
I think it does. I'll have to. This game is so forgettable. I've forgotten after the game, after I finished it.
Sometimes when we do these, Adkins ain't played it for 2 months.
Yeah, I just played this about three weeks ago and I've forgotten it already. I'm Has it got? I ain't got my phone on to hand. I can check to see if it. I can see if it's got a skill tree because I don't remember it having one. You had the like I say the faction thing, and I'm sure that unlocks some stuff for you. But I don't remember there being actual. I mean, I don't remember there being a bit.
Outlaws does not feature a traditional RPG style skill tree, XP system, or character leveling.
Nah.
Instead, character progression is tied to finding and completing quests for experts scattered across the galaxy, which unlocks new abilities, gear, and perks.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So by the time I completed the game, there was still like 5 or 6 characters that I hadn't met. So basically, yeah. So you'd meet a character in the world, and then he'd have objectives. So it'd be like, right, use this type of gun and kill 5 enemies, and that would unlock the next ability for your gun. So it was like that. That was basically the skill tree, yeah. But I mean, even that, it's just, it was just poorly done. It really was.
No good for him.
No. So there's no progression in terms of like XP or for doing that or anything. It's not a role playing game. It is just a linear experience.
Yeah.
And just a story, but just a very bland, boring story. With very bland characters.
Can you make dialogue choices at all? Have add that bit of flavour to it, or is it all no?
Oh, just all tut. It's all tut.
What about that bike? Is that fun to roar around?
So that's fun to drive. Yeah, you can roar around that, and like I say, when you go into an area, so there's one of the factions. Would you know who the Pikes are?
Maybe I saw them.
They're in the Mandalorian. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I've seen that. I've forgotten about everything.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't actually remember anything about that other than.
So one of the cool. You can do the hut. So when you go to you can go to Tatooine. Yeah, so you can go into like the huts and like some of their stuff. That's really cool. You can like go around that fucking Jabba the Hutt's mansion, his big fucking fortress and stuff. Yeah. So sneaking around there is really cool, and you meet him and. There's fucking Han Solo in his thing and all that. That's really fun. But so if you go into an area, so the Pikes, they're basically like the shitheads of the franchise. So everyone's going to end up costing them and like chucking them under the bus. So as soon as you're roaring on your bike around there, if you go into one of their areas, they'll start firing people at you and chasing you. In the original, you couldn't shoot whilst you were on your bike. So you had to get off your bike and then shoot them and then get back on again. Yeah. They've now patched it so you can shoot whilst you're on there. But...
not enough to save it by the sounds of things.
Nah, it's very hard. It's got 1 or 2 set pieces, like an Uncharted-esque set piece, but they're very, very far and few between. And I just don't have a lot of great things to say about this game, unfortunately.
Sometimes it really is that way.
It does, yeah. I think it could have been a good game, like if it was done well, but unfortunately, Star Wars Outlaws is trash.
Well, I'm going to move on to the formalities, but
bronze, no.
You've got the self-storage. Sitting there if it wants to be utilised, or it can be rewarded forever tied to your name with a nice grading.
No, it's out in the cold in there and bin. I'm sorry. I just when a game crashes 6 times and I'm having to restart missions and that game isn't that great.
What if the game was 100 hours long and it crashed 6 times throughout that? Would that be more forgivable because it's less? I
suppose it would.
Time per cache. Do you know what I'm saying? Time per crash. Is that do we? I think sometimes let longer ones off because you forget.
Yeah, and if it was a good game, like so if you're playing Baldur's Gate and it crashed, something like that. The fact you're playing a fucking Ubisoft Star Wars game that isn't that great.
Is that like the trappings of open world where you like go up towers and unlock things? Was it?
It's not hugely. No, it's there's not a great deal of things to do out in the open world, really. Like it's not one of these ones where you go around explore. I mean, there are stuff you can find. There's like encampments you can go into and then start set them off and collect there's some treasure hidden and that, but it's not one of these typical Ubisoft open worlds where there's like, you open the map and there's 50 things to go and do in this area and it's clear down. Because I normally enjoy those type of games and we'll play it like that. Whereas this, I was just sort of mainly focusing on the main story and getting through that. And then if there was like a treasure room on the way or something, or you can unlock some cosmetics and stuff, then I'd do that on the way. But the exploration in this game is just sort of not worth it, really. It's not one that sort of rewards you for doing it because there ain't much there. But having said that, the world doesn't feel like a sort of barren wasteland. It does, like I say, that's one real positive of the world, like the world building of this. They've done really well. Every map feels like a living, breathing Star Wars world. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this game for uber Star Wars nerds that are really into. You can tell that it was created by proper Star Wars fans. Yeah. It's just they were more Star Wars fans than video game fans because it's a shit game, but it's you know, deep lore in Star Wars lore and that and the mythology and stuff. But no, they just needed people that knew how to make a decent game to get the full works.
Yeah, well, can't be helped sometimes.
Nope.
I've sort of I had it on like a third tier list to go to one day.
Yeah.
I just think it's gone. Like it's been and gone. Like I'm not that. I never was a major Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
So sounds like I liked the Jedi Survivor, whatever they're called.
Yeah. See, I'm hyped for number 3 if they do that. Who knows? It could get announced tomorrow. Probably not. But I had high hopes for this and thought, because sometimes these games come out, they get reviewed bad. Like that Mad Max game, that came out to very little. I really enjoyed that game. So I thought, there could be something here from it. But no. Star Wars Outlaws, bin it.
Chucked into the self-storage. Didn't end up in the botchling bin, luckily for it.
No. Made it.
It made it into at least the self-storage, but goodbye, Star. I mean, that's pretty much going to take it off my list for good now. So. Save me 25 hours at least.
Yeah, that's true.
That.
Yeah.
All right, then. Well, Star Wars Outlaws into the self-storage, into the trunk room, never to be seen again. But for reference, Biff gave it a bronze. So...
I think because he's so into Star Wars, and there, like I say, there's a lot for the hardcore fans.
Surely this shames the franchise. You can go the other way. Like if you're into something and it craps on it, I'm like, hang on, I'll crap back on you. Like, what are you up to?
Yeah,
don't know.
It's just so forgettable.
It's not that AEW game that come out. I was like, no, this is staying in the this is staying in the brand that needs to go in the fucking bin.
It is. But it's a tarnish on No Mercy.
Yeah. We'll see. Right. Star Wars Outlaws in the books. We'll obviously bid everyone adieu. And we'll see you on the other side.
This was a Dimp Digital production.